Chapter 1310, The Wheel of Samsara. Chapter 1310, The Wheel of Samsara. This Jun Blue Moon isn't simple at all. Mo Eversnow commented from within Lin Ming's inner world. There is a terrifying slumbering soul within that sword of his. It might be an artifact spirit, and it also might be the remnant soul of an Empyrean. It likely isn't that of an ordinary Empyrean. Millimeter. I guessed about the same. If that remnant soul were to personally attack me, then killing me would only take an instant. Lin Ming didn't doubt the strength of that remnant soul. No matter how tattered it was still horrifically strong. That remnant soul had already merged together as one with the yin-yang soul sword, subsuming the sword as its body. With it, that remnant soul could display a terrifying strength. If Jun Blue Moon dared to take out this divine sword in front of so many people, he naturally had something he could rely on. Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe wouldn't covet Jun Blue Moon's sword. And in the future, even if Jun Blue Moon went out adventuring alone, there might not be any World King powerhouses that would secretly move against him. After all, that sword had an artifact spirit made from the remnant soul of an Empyrean-level powerhouse. With that protecting him, no one could hope to kill Jun Blue Moon. And even if they did, it would be impossible for them to subdue that sword. This Jun Blue Moon has a great destiny about him. Since the divine sword chose him, he certainly has some extraordinary aspects to him. Moreover, his personality is impeccable. He is collected, deep, and an honest person. Lin Ming looked at Jun Blue Moon, who was now hugging a little bunny. After losing to Lin Ming, Jun Blue Moon didn't have any qualms with that at all. With this sort of martial arts nature, he would be able to walk far in the future without developing any heart demons. Lin Ming could predict that in the future, Jun Blue Moon would certainly become an unrivaled powerhouse of his generation. Although he might not be the leading hero of the future, he would inevitably play an extremely important supporting role. Lin Ming, you still have 2 matches left. One against Han Kai, and one against Frost Dream. You have some hopes of contending with Han Kai, but against Frost Dream, your chances are nearly non-existent. Mo Eversnow speculated. When Dragon Fang fought with Frost Dream had not displayed her full strength at all. According to this, the difference between Lin Ming and Frost Dream was not small. This was because Lin Ming was only a few points stronger than Dragon Fang. Also, this point had been affirmed by the yin-yang soul sword. That old spirit that had lived for countless hundreds of millions of years wouldn't say nonsensical words. I know. Let alone Frost Dream, even my chances of defeating Han Kai are a bit low. However, I'm still looking forwards to it. Lin Ming wasn't blindly arrogant. He was younger than Han Kai and his boundary was also a level lower. Han Kai was an ascetic monk who originated from Mount Potala. From birth, there were all sorts of arcane abilities used to temper his body. As he began to cultivate, he assiduously dedicated his being to wholehearted training, leading a lonely and diligent life. Now, he had been doing this for almost 40 years. How could his strength be belittled? As Han Kai was thinking this, he had already stepped onto the arena stage. His opponent was Xiao Moxian. This was the match that was receiving the most attention in the second round. To fight against Xiao Moxian, Han Kai was no longer unarmed. Instead, he pulled out a weapon, a 9-foot-long staff that was plain and simple. The only decoration of the staff was its natural earthy wooden texture. This staff gave off a very light and springy feeling, but it was also very flexible. It was unknown just which divine tree this staff was crafted from. Xiao Moxian took out her dragon tendon whip. She looked at Han Kai, grinning as she said, "Big brother Baldy, are you planning on letting me get a free hit?" Han Kai raised a palm in front of his chest and held the staff with his other hand. He began to recite some Buddhist incantations. Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian jokes too much. My martial talent is low and I can only rely on diligently cultivating over time to stand here. Humility is all I can show here. This Han Kai is too modest. That's right, but this is the inheritance of Mount Potala. They live truly modest and pious lives. Even though they don't speak much, every word they speak is true. A genius like Han Kai had actually said that his martial talent was low. If it were anyone else, that would have really roused the hatred of other young elites to spit on them. But when these words were spoken by Han Kai, they didn't seem false at all. Rather, he seemed open-minded and humble. Xiao Moxian felt that an old-fashioned stick in the mud like Han Kai was very fun to play with. She laughed. If your martial talent is low, how can anyone still live? Han Kai said, although a poor monk like me has low martial talent, my heart is open to the great Tao. In front of the great Tao, all living beings are nothing but ants. There is really nothing worthy of showing off. Haha, such serious monk words are really boring. Okay, let's start. As Xiao Moxian spoke, she suddenly extended her two dark phoenix wings from her back. Law runes also began to shimmer on her face. She was displaying her phoenix true form once again. Those two wings that had been pierced through by Lin Ming had already been completely healed. From this, it could be seen that the great regenerative ability of the phoenix true form far surpassed Lin Ming's. Phoenix true feathers, 9,900 sword. Xiao Moxian suddenly shouted out loud. From all around her, killing intent surged out. Feathers continuously shot out from her two black wings, turning into an infinite forest of sword. Each black feather was about 10 feet long, black and shining with a cold light. The feathers of her wings had all transformed into sword. A cold light reflected off of them, thrusting straight into the hearts of others. What a strong killing intent! Xiao Moxian has never used this attack before. When Xiao Moxian fought with Lin Ming, their battle reached such heights and yet she held back. No, it's not that she held back, but that she didn't have enough time to use all her different technique. Phoenix feathers are originally superb materials for crafting weapons. Xiao Moxian transformed her own feathers into weapons instead. This attack is extremely strong. It is definitely one of her killing moves. Xiao Moxian's talent was at the pinnacle of geniuses and she had far too many moves she could use. Her comprehension of laws was also extremely rich and varied. When she fought with Lin Ming, she didn't use a great number of her techniques. After just several collisions, she had been defeated. Of course, even if she used these moves, Xiao Moxian still wouldn't have won. Lin Ming's power had come from the suppression of higher laws. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 9,900 phoenix feather swords pierced towards Han Kai. Facing this dense forest of blades, Han Kai didn't bat an eye. His figure moved as he sprinted forwards like an agile leopard. This was his movement technique, leopard climbing the wall. Although this movement technique had an extremely simple name, it was in fact very high quality. When used by Han Kai, it showed a breathtaking effect. All of those laser-like sword lights were completely dodged by him. Ahat staff. The staff in Han Kai's hands transformed into endless staff shadows. All of those phoenix feather sword lights were completely shattered by him. Han Kai's movements were simple and concise, but also contained a feeling like passing clouds or trickling rivers. It gave off an extremely harmonious feeling. Watching Han Kai in action was simply an enjoyable pleasure. But at this time, Xiao Moxian switched styles. In the skies, roiling fire clouds appeared. Endless black torrents of flame fell down, attacking Han Kai with those 9,900 phoenix feathers. The phoenix feather swords ignited with black flames, filling the world with a ghastly killing intent. By fusing the phoenix true fire and phoenix feathers together, the laws of Xiao Moxian's attacks immediately shot up towards the level of the heavenly Tao. Facing this strike, Han Kai could no longer rely on the Ahat staff or backboxing fist to resist. A solemn light appeared on Han Kai's face. His loose monk robes began to rise up as he extended his arms out horizontally. All around him, golden Buddhist runes began to appear, circulating about, spilling forth with a dazzling radiance. Faintly, from somewhere far away, the sounds of Buddhist chants seemed to echo through the air. Han Kai had finally shown his true ability. This was one of Mount Potala's transcendent divine mights. Wheel of Samsara. Han Kai grasped the staff in his hands and drew an arc in the skies, leaving behind a golden light in its path. This golden light finally composed a Buddhist chart. This Buddhist chart contained 6 round golden circles. Within these golden circles were illusory images. There were blood demons, hungry ghosts, beasts, ghost slaves, humans, and even heavenly gods. As Lin Ming saw this Buddhist chart, he was stunned. He had seen this Buddhist chart somewhere before. Before Lin Ming could think further about this, Han Kai and Xiao Moxian's attacks had already collided. The 9,900 swords pierced into the Buddhist chart as both exploded together. Xiao Moxian cried out in alarm as she was sent flying backwards. Those 9,900 swords as well as her Phoenix True Fire had been sucked up by that wheel of samsara and disappeared. At the same time, Han Kai's wheel of samsara also faded away after that strike. In this brief collision he had come out evenly matched with Xiao Moxian. However, Xiao Moxian's true essence was in chaos, as if she had overdrawn herself. As for Han Kai, his breathing was calm and his aura was like a mountain, steady and unshakable. It was clear from this that Han Kai's foundation was much deeper than Xiao Moxian's. This was the accumulated efforts and bitter cultivation of almost 40 years. How could it be nothing? Underneath the arena stage, Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. His eyes stared unblinkingly at Han Kai as a faint guess began to appear in his heart. And at this time, Xiao Moxian launched another attack. She poured all of the Phoenix Law runes within her body into the flames. Black flames surged forwards, sweeping out to the horizon. Flames howled. At the same time, behind Xiao Moxian, a wild amount of heaven and earth origin energy began to spin around, forming a massive black vortex. Heaven-absorbing demon art. While Xiao Moxian used the Phoenix True Flames, she also displayed the heaven-absorbing demon art. This was her all-out attack. And at this time, from behind Han Kai, another vortex also appeared. This was an origin energy vortex completely different from Xiao Moxian's. This vortex seemed to contain infinite suffering and tribulations. Looking into this vortex made one feel as if they had experienced an endless cycle of samsara, nearly losing their ego. This spinning black vortex finally fell into Han Kai's eyes. His eyes seemed as if they could swallow all of existence. Samsara domain, sink into the sea of suffering, surpass all living beings. As Han Kai slowly spoke, a separate space formed around him, seeming as if it were flooded with the countless suffering souls. As Lin Ming saw this domain, he let out a cold breath. Han Kai's samsara domain came from the same origin as his samsara martial intent. As for those 6 golden circles in the Buddhist chart, the reason Lin Ming felt that it was familiar was because he had experienced something similar in the past, when he adventured in the southern wilderness and entered the Sorcerer Pagoda. Starting from the first level and rushing upwards, the trials he had to pass corresponded with the 6 revolutions of samsara. There were blood demons, hungry ghosts, beasts, a witch slave, humans, and a heavenly god. These levels all corresponded with Han Kai's Buddhist chart. Was the sorcerer of the southern wilderness an outer disciple of Mount Potala? This idea suddenly flashed through Lin Ming's mind. He guessed that the sorcerer of the southern wilderness should have reached the divine Lord realm, and the requirements to become an outer disciple of Mount Potala shouldn't be too high. Even if the sorcerer of the southern wilderness wasn't able to enter Mount Potala, he still should have joined a sect with a deep connection to Mount Potala. Chapter 1311, Against Han Kai. Chapter 1311, Against Han Kai. The 6 paths of samsara were an idea of the Buddhist belief. It was reasonable that Lin Ming's samsara martial intent originated from the Buddhist belief. When Lin Ming first stepped onto the road of martial arts, the samsara martial intent had played an extremely important role. However, afterwards, Lin Ming had used it less and less. This was because the samsara martial intent was unable to follow his rapid rise in strength. After all, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness was only an ordinary powerhouse of the divine realm. The martial arts inheritances they left behind were naturally eliminated. And now, from Han Kai, Lin Ming could see an even deeper level of the samsara martial intent. In fact, it might even be a small portion of this transcendent divine might, the wheel of samsara. If this were true, then there was a tremendous amount of space for the samsara martial intent to improve. Domain-type skills were already extremely rare, and the samsara martial intent was also related in many ways to the soul-forging system. If Lin Ming could combine the two together, his soul-forging system cultivation could reach a new level. As Lin Ming was thinking this, on the arena stage, Xiao Moxian and Han Kai's battle had already reached a superheated phase. To use the samsara domain to contend against the heaven-absorbing demon art. In the skies, two massive vortexes tore at each other, energy recklessly surging outwards. The images of a gilded golden Buddha and a dark flaming phoenix appeared, dividing the world, struggling against each other. This fight was even more intense than the battle between Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian. Xiao Moxian's heaven-absorbing demon art failed to shake Han Kai's foundation in the end. Not to mention that Han Kai had the wheel of samsara stabilizing his inner world, his thoughts and mind were extremely steadfast and unwavering. His body also had a certain Zen aura, making him seem as steady and calm as the endless earth. His body and his spirit were firm and unyielding, tempered through endless trials, invincible. Bang! The vortexes exploded and a crazy amount of energy swept wildly outwards. Xiao Moxian switched her technique yet again. Counterforce heaven-absorbing demon art. A massive amount of dark energy spewed forth. Han Kai sat cross-legged in the void, his hands bent up in prayer, as motionless as the world. This Han Kai gave off an undefeatable feeling. His foundation was simply too solid. It was hard for an attack to pose a threat to him. Bang! The brilliant lights died down. Xiao Moxian paled as she drew back several hundred feet. She wasn't injured. From start to finish, Han Kai had never attacked her. He had only countered Xiao Moxian's attacks. Of course, in such an intense collision of attacks, it was inevitable that there would be a backlash. I don't want to fight anymore. Xiao Moxian released her phoenix true form and pursed her mouth, saying, "If you aren't going to let me hit you, then at least pretend to be injured." Han Kai faintly smiled. He folded his hands together, saying, "Junior apprentice sister Xiao Moxian's moves are simply too strong. This poor monk is older than junior apprentice sister by 12 years and is just around half over your age. Even so, my strength only barely surpasses yours. If I don't try my best in battle and pretend to be injured, then I fear that I won't be able to control it well enough and I will be severely beaten to the point of spitting out blood. I will really have failed then. What a liar. Haven't you already cultivated your incorruptible diamond Vajra body? How can I possibly wound you with one strike?" Xiao Moxian curled her lips, as if all of this was too funny. But as the audience heard this exchange, all of them were shocked. Xiao Moxian had just admitted defeat like this. Although the fight had been intense, the truth was that Han Kai had maintained the upper hand from the start. It could be said that even though he was going easy on Xiao Moxian, he never used any of his true attack techniques. Moreover, listening to Xiao Moxian's meaning, Han Kai's defensive capabilities were also terrifying. That diamond Vajra body must be some sort of secret Buddhist technique. I'm speechless. He is too abnormal. His laws are strong, his body is strong, his foundation is solid, and even his defense is amazing. Just who can defeat him? Even the might of Han Kai's attacks are horrible. From beginning to end, he never truly attacked Xiao Moxian. Maybe only Frost Dream has a chance of defeating Han Kai. It's possible that Han Kai might not be any worse than Frost Dream. It looks like the first 3 rankings have already been settled. First and second place should belong to Frost Dream and Han Kai. As for Lin Ming, his third. After that, I think that Xiao Moxian should be fourth. As for fifth and sixth place, it will depend on the victor between Dragon Fang and Jun Blue Moon. Han Kai is 38 years old. While he was cultivating for 38 years, do you really think he just wasted his time? Just look at Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian for instance and imagine what degree they'll reach once they are 38 years old. The first martial meeting was not absolutely fair. Age was an extremely influential factor. Lin Ming, this Han Kai is too fierce. Mo Eversnow sincerely said from within the magic cube space. Besides the unknown factor of Frost Dream, out of all the heroic young elites present, Han Kai didn't have the greatest talent but he was the strongest. Even someone as fierce as Xiao Moxian had been suppressed by him. I understand, 2 years from now, Dragon Fang will likely be the same as Han Kai. If I did not train for 2 years and fought Dragon Fang again, then I would lose without a doubt. In terms of talent within this first martial meeting, Xiao Moxian was the undisputed number 1. Because Lin Ming had displayed the concept of the 33 layered heavens, he had been listed as second. Frost Dream was an unknown, and Hang Kai, Jun Blue Moon, and Dragon Fang all had talent listed around 3rd to 6th place. Mo Eversnow said, "There's no need to hurry, you still have time. You can display the breadth of your potential bit by bit." Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. To be first place on the Earth Proclamation was already a result to be proud of. He could only try his best for the Heaven Proclamation. After this round of matches concluded, Vast Cosmos announced the next round. The first match was Lin Ming against Hang Kai. The second match was Xiao Moxian against Frost Dream. The third match was Jun Blue Moon against Dragon Fang. This time, the most tense match was between Jun Blue Moon and Dragon Fang. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had specifically opened up a separate gambling bet for this match. As for Lin Ming against Hang Kai, or Xiao Moxian against Frost Dream, there was no separate bet set up for these two matches because there simply wasn't anything worth gambling for. Although there was a slight chance that someone would cause an upset, the hope of that happening was too small. Even if Hang Kai's compensation rates were extremely low, most people would likely still bet on him and Vast Universe Heavenly Palace would suffer a great loss. "It seems I really am fighting Hang Kai." Lin Ming took a deep breath. Without a doubt, this would be a difficult battle. 4 hours of resting time later, the new round of matches officially began. Lin Ming opened his eyes from meditation and stepped onto the arena stage. As he walked on, he could see a young, bald monk wearing linen robes and straw sandals already standing on stage, smiling at him. Hang Kai had already been waiting on the arena stage for the last 2 hours, where he had been deep in meditation. As Hang Kai saw Lin Ming walk on stage, he began to walk forwards until he was 1,000 feet away. "Benefactor Lin, this poor monk greets you." Hang Kai pressed his palms together and bowed. Lin Ming greeted him back with common martial arts courtesy. His impression towards Hang Kai wasn't bad at all. This young monk held no earthly desires and was pure in heart and mind, only wishing to wholeheartedly cultivate. This sort of person wouldn't have a poor moral character. As the audience saw the two people on the arena stage, all of them widened their eyes lest they miss the least bit of action. Many people believed that Hang Kai had the capability of fighting with Frost Dream. As for Lin Ming, his strength was evident to all. Although Lin Ming was inferior to Hang Kai, he should still be able to force out some of Hang Kai's cards. This would surely be an intense battle. "Match, begin," Vast Cosmos loudly proclaimed. With Vast Cosmos's announcement, Hang Kai took out a long staff. As he did so, his aura changed. At the start, Hang Kai had seemed like a gentle and naive young monk. But now, his aura was solemn and dignified, deep and profound, his entire body containing a dreadful slumbering strength, just like a mountain. His monk robes fluttered about him. With any simple movement, there wasn't the slightest flaw in his stance. He was impregnable. "Benefactor Lin, make your move." No matter who Hang Kai fought, he would always allow his opponent to attack first. Lin Ming wasn't polite, he immediately thrust out his spear. On the Phoenix Blood Spear, purple flames lit up. The first 4 level concepts of fire fused together, fusing onto the spear shaft along with the 5th level concept. Virtual disintegration. Lin Ming used the 5th level laws from the start. He was well aware that an attack on the level of the Blue Lotus Flame Dance didn't even have the qualifications to probe his moves, let alone break through his defense. Concept of virtual fire. Hang Kai's complexion changed. He brought his staff smashing down. With a brilliant light, the phantom of a bright Buddha appeared behind Hang Kai. In fighting Lin Ming, Hang Kai didn't use the Arhat staff or other simple techniques like leopard climbing the wall. He immediately summoned his laws and Buddhist strength. However, those simple techniques weren't useless at all, because they were already deeply ingrained into Hang Kai's bones. Every single motion and movement of Hang Kai's stemmed from the myriad 10 million senior supreme elders of Mount Potala. They were the total summary of their life experiences, all of them containing exquisite truth. In truth, the direct disciples of Mount Potala, from the very time they began to cultivate, whether it was using their fists, staffs, practicing movement techniques, or even drawing water, sweeping the floor, walking, eating, sleeping, every single thing they did had the mystery of martial skills fused within it. These simple moves couldn't create an Empyrean, but when fighting someone at the same level, they would always give an advantage. Han Kai was in such a situation. He had accumulated all this training over time, and these movements had already fused into his very being, becoming habits that were a part of his life. Peng! The purple flames of Lin Ming's virtual disintegration were broken apart by Han Kai's staff shadows. Han Kai did not possess the 3 lives pupils, but his strike was still accurate, directly striking the weak point of virtual disintegration. This stemmed from a natural martial arts intuition. The explosive purple flame shockwaves that rushed out were unable to pose any threat to Han Kai. As someone that followed the Buddhist principles, Han Kai had long severed himself from worldly sins and emotions like jealousy and hate, thus this virtual fire had nearly no influence on him. Benefactor Lin's age is so low, and yet your attainments in the laws have reached such heights. Moreover, this seems like a self-created technique. Your perception is truly amazing. Then, this humble monk will now make his move. As Han Kai spoke, a strong grey energy began to gather behind him. A breathtaking aura that left one gasping for breath fell down, covering all. This was the first time that Han Kai attacked on his own initiative. When he fought with Xiao Moxian, he had primarily been defending himself, but now he was actively attacking. Wheel of Samsara. Han Kai grasped his staff, drawing an arc through the air. Then, from behind him, a round and exquisite Buddhist chart appeared. This Buddhist chart was all-encompassing, as if the countless lives in the universe were contained within it. This was Mount Potala's transcendent divine might. Chapter 13:12, Samsara to Samsara. Chapter 13:12, Samsara to Samsara. That's the Wheel of Samsara. Even Xiao Moxian lost to that move. The entire audience had an extremely profound impression of the Wheel of Samsara phantom that appeared behind Han Kai. The Wheel of Samsara was too strong. Even Xiao Moxian with her phoenix true form wasn't able to break past it. I wonder how Lin Ming will block this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden Wheel of Samsara came pressing down. Han Kai stood within the center of the Wheel of Samsara, his monk robes still and plain, just like a godly Buddha. Before the Wheel of Samsara arrived, Lin Ming could already feel the terrifying pressure contained within it. Although this was clearly a gold and holy Buddhist cultivation method, the truth was that this Wheel of Samsara contained a sharp, icy energy, making it seem as if needles were digging into Lin Ming's body, making him feel an incomparable pain. This cold energy was the power of samsara contained within the Wheel of Samsara. Although Buddhist cultivation methods were filled with a gentle brilliance, often focusing on mercy and compassion, they also didn't lack the path of slaughter, the grip of grudges, spells of resentment, blood pond hells, azura battlefields, and all other sorts of evil methods. Where there was light, there was shadow. Where there was good, there was evil. Good and evil were dependent on each other, they were indivisible concepts. Without evil, without murder, without suffering, without illness, aging, and death, without azura hells, if all of society lived in perpetual bliss and blind happiness, how could there be the Buddhist path? If so, no one would believe in Buddhism in this world. The sins of humanity were an essential part of Buddhism. In the 6 paths of samsara within the precepts of Buddhism, only the paths of divinity and humanity were the pure moral ways. The path of azura was neither good nor evil, and as for the last 3 paths, each was worse than the last. Facing the Wheel of Samsara, it was impossible for Lin Ming to hold back, otherwise he would suffer instant defeat here. He didn't doubt that Han Kai's techniques were far more formidable than Xiao Moxian's. Lin Ming released the heretical god force to the limit, combusting the blood of the ancient phoenix, as well as fusing the 3 energies within her. 3 essences as one. Heavenly Tao Judgment. The phantom of the heretical god tree crazily grew from behind Lin Ming. With Heavenly Tao Judgment, he resisted the Wheel of Samsara. In that instant, dark clouds billowed in the skies. A terrifying power began to gather together, forming a sword of thunder fire, heavenly tribulation that thrust straight towards the Wheel of Samsara. Catcher. The sword of heavenly tribulation crashed into the Wheel of Samsara. A terrifying wave of energy rushed outwards. Lin Ming's sword of heavenly tribulation broke apart again and again, but the Wheel of Samsara continued its push downward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The massive Wheel of Samsara was like a horrifyingly large grinding pan, grinding apart all, continuing to fall. Hang Kai stood on the wheel of samsara, a brilliant divine light shining forth from his body. It was as if all rules in this world were crushed beneath his feet. The wheel of samsara continued to sink. No one doubted that once this wheel of samsara pressed down, even a 100,000-foot mountain would be pulverized to powder. Lin Ming's expression was solemn. His entire body emitted explosive popping sounds as the power of the dragon bone was released from his body. Terrifying waves of strength rippled through Lin Ming's body. He opened all 7 gates, his mortal bodily strength instantly achieving a level of 100 million jins. Lin Ming's muscles bulged outwards. Blue veins bulged and several blood vessels exploded. He poured all of his strength into the phoenix blood spear as the broken sword of heavenly retribution appeared once more. Ka. A mind-shaking sound spread through the world. The sword of heavenly retribution cut down once more on the wheel of samsara. Then, the wheel of samsara suddenly trembled as a golden crack appeared in its center. As the crack appeared, the wheel of samsara's radiance dimmed down and it stopped falling, and the sword of heavenly retribution that Lin Ming formed by combining the power of thunder tribulation and fire tribulation cracked and reformed again and again. Lin Ming continued to revolve his energy to the limit. This dreadful consumption of energy had already surpassed the limits of an ordinary martial artist. If they were to try this, their inner world would have already collapsed. But Lin Ming relied on his solid foundation to forcefully withstand this burden. Although he had just barely managed to do so, he had truly withstood the impact of the wheel of samsara. More and more golden cracks appeared on the wheel of samsara, as if it would disintegrate soon. He blocked it. Lin Ming has blocked Hang Kai's frontal attack. Hang Kai gave off an unfathomable feeling to all present, as if there was no one that could rival him. Most people believed that the difference in strength between Hang Kai and Lin Ming was far too large. If Hang Kai didn't hold back, then Lin Ming would have quickly lost. But now, Hang Kai had attacked Lin Ming with his transcendent divine might, the wheel of samsara, yet that attack had been blocked by Lin Ming. This left everyone watching dumbfounded. With Lin Ming's age, he should already have been proud of the fact that he was able to stand on the same stage as Hang Kai. As for warding off this strike, that was truly an unmatched honor. Hang Kai revealed a startled color on his face, surprised that Lin Ming was able to crush his wheel of samsara. This attack was one that was almost at his full strength. As Hang Kai saw more and more cracks appear on the wheel of samsara, his expression became much more solemn. He said, "Benefactor Lin's talent is truly amazing. Perhaps in 3 more years, this poor monk might not be able to suppress you anymore. But now, although Benefactor Lin's heavenly Tao judgment is high in the laws, it still lacks a bit of accumulation and foundation. It seems that Benefactor Lin hasn't comprehended this move long enough ago." Not only was Hang Kai astonishingly powerful, but he immersed himself all year round in martial arts, and thus his eyesight was spectacularly sharp. He was able to quickly understand the weaknesses in his opponent's moves. Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment was comprehended just before the first martial meeting began. Up until now, he had only used it a few times, and he truly was lacking in practice. These flaws were all laid bare by Hang Kai. As Hang Kai spoke, there was a rumbling sound and the wheel of samsara beneath his feet was broken apart by Lin Ming. Heavenly Tao judgment cut straight towards Hang Kai. Facing Lin Ming's attack, Hang Kai began to speak Buddhist sutras, his body glowing with a golden radiance. Samsara domain, 8-sectioned stupa. Hang Kai spoke these words in a soft voice. Then, the shattered pieces of the wheel of samsara dissolved into the power of samsara where it was wildly absorbed by him, circling around his body and forming the samsara domain. Then, with a loud bang, a titanic golden pagoda fell over Hang Kai. This divine pagoda glowed with a circulating golden divine light, filling the air with the breath of the great Tao. This divine pagoda had 8 floors, each floor possessing its own god. Of these gods, some were gentle and solemn, some were fierce and overflowing with killing intent, some were as calm as a Buddha, and some were like an Asura. A stupa. In other words, a Buddhist pagoda. Hang Kai summoned the 8-sectioned stupa, with 8 gods stabilizing it. For a time, the entire space for 1,000 feet around Hang Kai was suppressed by this pagoda, forming a sacred realm which could not be shaken. Bang! Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment crashed into this 8-sectioned stupa. The power of thunder and fire erupted. The divine pagoda violently shook and its light dimmed down, but within this divine pagoda, Han Kai wasn't injured at all. Or, it would be easier to say that he hadn't felt any impact at all. As the audience saw this, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Kai's defense was too terrifying. Whether it was the wheel of samsara or the 8-sectioned stupa, they gave off an unshakable feeling. Moreover, what was most dreadful was that according to Xiao Moxian's words, Han Kai still possessed an incorruptible diamond Vajra body. Even that arrogant Xiao Moxian didn't believe that she could break through Han Kai's formidable defense. Lin Ming's attack was very strong, but Han Kai is ridiculous. Just the moves and defensive abilities he has displayed so far are mind-boggling, much less the fact that he has more secret arcane abilities to defend himself. I have no idea just how strong his body is. That's right, even after breaking through Han Kai's defensive technique with so much effort, they would still find that they cannot injure a single hair of his main body at all. How despairing is that? He really is invincible. Just by virtue of his terrifying defense, Han Kai is already in an invincible position. Lin Ming will lose. Heavenly Tao Judgment is his strongest attack. If that doesn't work, then there is nothing more he can do. As the audience spoke, in the skies, the light of Heavenly Tao Judgment detonated, turning the entire world into a sea of purple and red. Lin Ming looked at Han Kai, his complexion dignified. Up until now, Han Kai was the most horrifying opponent he had ever faced. Perhaps he might not possess Xiao Moxian's compatibility with the laws or her god-beast body's ability to withstand attacks, but just by relying on his deep foundation and all those various techniques at his disposal, he was nearly undefeatable at his step. Benefactor Lin, let me give you a warning. This poor monk's 8-sectioned stupa is supported with the strength of 8 gods from the Buddhist principles. It is a harmonic balance of laws that is an offensive and defensive ability. Unless your strength far surpasses my own, it is impossible for you to break through my 8-sectioned stupa from the outside. When I am placed within the 8-sectioned stupa, it is impossible for ordinary attacks to reach me. However, my 8-sectioned stupa uses the power of the wheel of samsara as the foundation. In the end, it can be called a derivative technique of my transcendent divine might, the wheel of samsara. If you can see through this poor monk's samsara domain, then you will be able to break through this move from its very foundations. During this fierce battle, Han Kai actually told his opponent how to break through his abilities. The way in which the disciples of Mount Potala competed in martial arts contests was truly unique. As the audience heard this, they were all left speechless. Han Kai is really crazy. He's actually telling his opponent the weaknesses in his own technique and waiting for him to try and break through it. Don't be an idiot. How can that possibly be called a weakness? See through his samsara domain? That's just a joke and a half. Out of all the contestants, only Dragon Fang and his 3 lives pupils had the chance of seeing through Han Kai's samsara domain. As for the others, it was no longer a question of how great their perception was, it simply wasn't something a human could accomplish. Samsara domain. Within Lin Ming's mind, he recalled the 72 sorcerer pagodas that the sorcerer of the southern wilderness left behind. In the sorcerer pagoda, Lin Ming had experienced 100 samsaras and had gained a profound understanding of the samsara martial intent. Now that Lin Ming faced Han Kai's samsara domain, he wondered. With his understandings of the samsara martial intent, could he possibly see a hint of the mysteries within the samsara domain? If he had to say, the hopes of this were very slim. Even though Lin Ming's perception was extremely high, the sorcerer of the southern wilderness had likely never come into contact with the core inheritances of the wheel of samsara. In all likelihood he had been an outer disciple of Mount Potala. How could an outer disciple's cultivation methods possibly compare to those of an Empyrean direct disciple? Although he knew it was impossible, Lin Ming still intended to give it a try. Even if he didn't plan on succeeding and this attempt failed, it would still temper and further develop his samsara martial intent. This type of powerful cultivation method certainly couldn't be abandoned, but had to be developed whenever he had the chance. Lin Ming held the phoenix blood spear downwards. He took a deep breath. Then, his aura changed. From behind him, the power of samsara constantly gathered. His two pupils turned into whirling black vortexes. Lin Ming had displayed the samsara martial intent. As the audience saw this, they were all taken aback with shock. Chapter 1313, Minor Samsara Path. Chapter 1313, Minor Samsara Path. What is that behind Lin Ming? Is that also the Wheel of Samsara? No, how could Lin Ming possibly know the Wheel of Samsara? Isn't that a top-secret inheritance of Mount Potala? All of the heroic young elites were incomparably shocked as they saw the black vortexes behind Lin Ming's eyes. The power of samsara was constantly gathering within them. This feeling was actually somewhat similar to Hang Kai. But the Wheel of Samsara was a transcendent divine might that belonged to Mount Potala. There was an extremely small number of truly complete jade slips. There weren't enough for core disciples to study, so how could it possibly be taught to disciples from outside sects? Moreover, even a supremely benevolent and kind Buddhist sect would not do something as stupid as publicly sharing their transcendent divine mights. How could Lin Ming possibly know Buddhist cultivation methods? Look at Lin Ming's eyes. I feel as if I fell into a deep fog, where a single misstep means I would fall into an illusion. In everyone's minds, Lin Ming was already extremely strange. Ignoring the aspect of cultivation, Lin Ming wasn't weak in any other area. If he was actually able to display a Buddhist transcendent divine might, how could anyone else still live? At this time, an old man at the Holy Lord realm shook his head and said, "No, that is not the Wheel of Samsara. The Wheel of Samsara possesses a great aura and momentum as if all living creatures before it have to withstand the heavenly Tao of Samsara. What Lin Ming is using is far from reaching that level. This should only be the minor Samsara path." That's right. The Wheel of Samsara is a transcendent divine might and an ultimate secret technique of Mount Potala. Only core disciples and Empyrean direct disciples should have the chance to study it. It's impossible for Lin Ming to have done so. As for the minor samsara path he is using, that is much more common. Many Buddhist sects possess this skill, and wanting to learn it isn't too difficult. This child is truly terrifying. The minor samsara path is a cultivation method that isn't considered too profound. You could even call it a weak ability. It's something that was created by a world king powerhouse, and afterwards many people managed to cultivate it to large success, and thus there were many jade slip copies that were created. It spread out and many Holy Lord and Divine Lord powerhouses studied it. However, Lin Ming was able to comprehend it to such a degree that it can display a certain charm of the Wheel of Samsara. That is truly incredible. It is indeed incredible. I was nearly confused at the start too. Once a person trained in a cultivation method to the highest level, that person would be able to carve the complete cultivation method in a jade slip. Even transcendent divine mights were no exception. However, it was a pity that it was simply far too difficult to cultivate a transcendent divine might to the limit. Even an Empyrean might not be able to do so. After all, the transcendent divine mights created by others might not suit them perfectly. In this sort of situation, although the minor samsara path wasn't an extremely popular ability, it was still easy enough for a world king level Buddhist sect to obtain it. Naturally, this sort of cultivation method wasn't too strong. Of all those present, the ones most surprised were the disciples of Mount Potala. In the seating area of Mount Potala, there were all sorts of monks sitting there. Some were wearing plain linen robes, some were in yellow monk garbs, some wore sandals, some were barefoot, but every single one of them possessed an unimaginable degree of strength. Even so, no matter where they went, their clothing would be extremely simple. This child Lin Ming, his wisdom is extremely high, and there is also a special strength in his soul. If it weren't for this strength, then he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the minor samsara path to such a degree. A white-browed old monk said. His voice was soft and melodic, comforting to the ears. And near this old man, a tall and thin youth with his hands folded together in prayer said, "This disciple is ashamed. I also studied the minor samsara path during my youth, and I even had a Zen master guiding me, but even so, I cannot compare to half of Benefactor Lin's skill. It seems that I gave up far too soon." To the disciples of Mount Potala, The minor samsara path was only a basic introductory cultivation method, just like how the foundation spear technique or foundation sword technique were basic introduction cultivation methods for ordinary sects. They only studied them for a brief period of time before moving on to higher-level Buddhist cultivation methods. The tall and thin youth was Yang Kai. He was also an Empyrean direct disciple of Mount Potala. In terms of strength and talent, he was worse than Han Kai, but slightly better than White King. He was not some weak person. Lin Ming's wisdom is high, but his heart is too heavy with attachments and burdens, and his killing aura is too strong. He's not someone that is necessarily suited for the path of Buddhism. The old monk shook his head, seeming as if he were really moved to an appreciative sincerity. In truth, he was also well aware that after this first martial meeting, it would be far too simple for Lin Ming to join an Empyrean influence. Of course, this excluded Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, because Divine Dream Heavenly Palace never accepted male disciples. As for other heavenly palaces, he had nearly free reign in which one he wished to choose. And in terms of background, Mount Potala was even above Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. They were even the direct opposite of them in one regard: they did not receive female disciples. They would naturally be the best choice. At this time, on the arena stage, the might of the samsara martial intent surprised even Lin Ming. It had been a long time since he had last used the samsara martial intent. The samsara martial intent was a cultivation method that focused on soul attacks. As his strength rose, it simply wasn't able to keep pace with him. Now that he used it, it seemed as if the samsara martial intent had made great progress because he had practiced the divine dream law. Of course, if this was compared to final master moves like Heavenly Tao Judgment or Three Essences as one, it was still far from comparable. The most it could do was increase the number of Lin Ming's techniques and give him more flexibility. Benefactor Lin, this poor monk is truly surprised by your abilities. For you to have trained in the minor samsara path to such a degree, I can only feel ashamed of my own inferiority. If Benefactor Lin were to have joined Mount Potala as a child, you would likely have been a preeminent monk of this era. I fear that your strength would have already far surpassed this poor monk's. Lin Ming faintly smiled. So this cultivation method was called the minor samsara path? Unfortunately, I don't have much interest in leaving behind my past and becoming a monk. I can only say that I don't have the good fortune to listen to the Buddhist scriptures. Words are useless, let's fight. As Lin Ming spoke the final word fight, his aura suddenly rose. In truth, Lin Ming was also well aware that using the minor samsara path alone to contend with Han Kai was impossible. His only hope was to use the minor samsara path as a key to open up the secrets of Han Kai's samsara domain and break through his 8-sectioned stupor. Then this poor monk will be impolite. To suppress Benefactor Lin through the rank of cultivation methods is not the true martial path, but my martial talent is lacking, and if I were to use the minor samsara path to contend with Benefactor Lin, that would surely lead to my loss. Thus, this is all I can do. Han Kai's words seemed modest, but when he said not the true martial path, that was subtly hinting that even if Lin Ming used the minor samsara path, making it seem as if there might be some change in this battle, the one to finally win would still be him. If even someone as cautious as Han Kai were to say this, then this battle definitely wouldn't change. The reason that Lin Ming's minor samsara path was so surprising was because he was able to display a shabby cultivation method to such a high degree. It wasn't because it was extremely powerful. As for seeing through the samsara domain, that was nearly impossible. How could a transcendent divine might-level cultivation method be so easily seen through? Lin Ming is at too great a disadvantage. Yes, to use an ordinary world king-level cultivation method to contend with a transcendent divine might is too difficult. Moreover, in terms of cultivation and foundation, Lin Ming is also inferior to Han Kai. He cannot win this battle with talent alone. It's a pity that he is too young. If even Heavenly Tao Judgment has been broken, there isn't anything else he can use. As everyone was speaking, the 8-sectioned stupor that covered Han Kai began to revolve. The gods on each floor of this divine pagoda seemed to come to life. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Even the void seemed to shatter. The 8-sectioned stupor came pressing down on Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming felt as if a powerful suppressive aura had locked him down, making him unable to move. Buddhist transcendent divine mights are indeed powerful. But, whether or not this is a hopeless battle, I will still give it everything I have. Lin Ming stimulated the samsara martial intent to the limit. At the same time, he opened the heretical god force and even burnt his lifeblood essence. Burning his blood essence for a second time was already Lin Ming's limit. Even if he had the gate of life to restore himself, he couldn't burn his blood essence again and again. Grand mist space. Lin Ming cried out. From behind him, a blood-red prime emperor lotus flower began to bloom. Grand mist space, that could be called the king of domains. By using the power of his burning blood essence, Lin Ming pushed the grand mist space to the limit. Grand mist space burst out, covering a surrounding area of 10 miles and directly colliding with Han Kai's samsara domain. To use the grand mist space to resist the samsara domain, two transcendent divine mights collided, domain against domain. Peng peng peng. The heavy grand mist energy crashed into the countless suffering souls within the samsara domain. Endless suffering souls exploded, but at the same time, the grand mist space was also being cut off. This was a horrifyingly violent collision. Millimeter? Han Kai was surprised. He originally thought that Lin Ming would use the minor samsara path to contend with the 8-sectioned stupa. If he did this, he would most certainly have lost, and comprehending even a tiny portion of the samsara domain would have been impossible. But now, Lin Ming had made other plans. He would first use the grand mist space to weaken the samsara domain, and then he would use his own minor samsara path to cut into it. Just what kind of character was Han Kai? His martial arts knowledge and experience had already reached the pinnacle of juniors. He immediately saw through Lin Ming's plans. Ka. The samsara domain was constantly being eroded away by the grand mist space. What? No one expected that Lin Ming, whose defeat seemed certain, would be able to use a move that could suppress Han Kai. The power of the grand mist space had far surpassed everyone's expectations. Although the grand mist space wasn't complete, it was an exclusive domain ability. As for the Wheel of Samsara, that was a very complex and varied transcendent divine might that included the surpassing of all life, 8-sectioned stupa, sea of suffering, and many other such skills. The samsara domain was only a single one of these skills, thus it was naturally surpassed. Break! Lin Ming shouted out loud. He grasped his spear and thrust it forwards. With a loud ripping sound, he broke through the samsara domain. For a time, all sorts of hellish spirits and suffering souls threw themselves at Lin Ming. In that instant, Lin Ming's mind nearly fell into illusion. He felt as if he had fallen into an endless sea of bitterness, becoming one of the innumerable resentful souls. In the confusion, he seemed to experience samsara, nearly losing himself. Wake up! Lin Ming fiercely bit down on his tongue. He revolved the samsara martial intent, black vortexes appearing behind his eyes as he twisted apart all of these resentful souls. His divine sense was restored to absolute clarity. This is the samsara domain. Lin Ming's eyes widened, seeming to swallow all light. He wanted to see through this samsara domain. But at this moment, Han Kai's voice resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Benefactor Lin is truly outstanding. Your combat methods are filled with courage and vigor, but unfortunately, this poor monk will not allow you to succeed. Chapter 1314, Divine Seal within Samsara. Chapter 1314, Divine Seal within Samsara. Benefactor Lin is truly outstanding. Your combat methods are filled with courage and vigor, but unfortunately, this poor monk will not allow you to succeed. Han Kai's voice was long and calm, accompanied by the vast echoing sounds of Buddha. And like the will of Buddha, it would not be defied. Han Kai placed his hands together, pinching them together in a lotus seal. Behind him, a golden circle appeared. From within Han Kai's body, Buddhist symbols floated out, landing atop the samsara domain. Wheel of Samsara, Lotus Heart Body. As Han Kai faintly spoke these words, a luminous gold light appeared from between his eyebrows. Then, a round relic shot forth from this shining light. As this relic appeared, it flashed with a golden light, piercing through all shrouds. This light was like a materialized sword, cutting through all. It's the lotus heart body. Han Kai actually has the lotus heart body within him. No wonder he's so fierce. In the honored seating section, there were several old men who immediately recognized this golden relic, the lotus heart body. Amazing. Amazing. In the myths, the lotus heart body is the reincarnated martyr soul of a Buddha. Every appearance is the new birth of a living Buddha. No wonder the low-profile Mount Potala would actually send a direct disciple to join the first martial meeting this time. They likely wish to have Han Kai gain more experience so that he can become the third Empyrean of Mount Potala in the future. This is incredible. One has a phoenix true form, one has the lotus heart body, one is the saintess of divine dream heavenly palace. Moreover, there are also 3 more individuals that come from non-Empyrean backgrounds, and yet they are all youths with monstrous talent. Of those 6, any one of them could be a hero that dominates their era, but now all of them have gathered here. Lin Ming doesn't have a chance. Han Kai's talent isn't much worse, not to mention his also cultivated for a longer time. This so-called Buddha martyr soul was a legend spread down in the Buddhist faith. Some people speculated that there was an individual of the Buddhist faith who had reached levels of strength surpassing an Empyrean. Later, when he died in repose, his bones condensed into multiple relics. These relics were the lotus heart body. These relics were incomparably mysterious. They would accompany some Buddhist disciples with extraordinarily high wisdom from birth, following them as they came out of their mother's womb. Each Buddhist disciple that possessed a lotus heart Buddha was considered the reincarnation of a Buddha. As these disciples grew up, they could refine these relics into their very bodies to stabilize their inner world. Those Buddhist disciples that possessed the lotus heart body might only appear every 10 million years or tens of millions of years. They were incomparably rare. Unless these people perished on their road, they would become eminent monks of their generation, Empyrean-level powerhouses. Han Kai possessed the lotus heart body, and he was also diligent and hardworking. It was no surprise that his strength was at this level. Out of all the juniors, besides Frost Dream, there was no one able to challenge him. Benefactor Lin, you have forced this poor monk to put forth the lotus heart body. That is already this poor monk's last resort. With the lotus heart body stabilizing the samsara domain, the might of the samsara domain will increase several times. I fear that Benefactor Lin will no longer have the chance to see through it. As Han Kai spoke, the lotus heart body flew out from between his eyebrows and into the 8-sectioned stupa, mounting itself at the top of the pagoda. In that instant, the 8-sectioned stupa's 8 gods began to release a flaming brilliance. The 8-sectioned stupa began pushing down on Lin Ming, Ka. The 8-sectioned stupa crashed into the grand mist space. The grand mist space emitted overwhelming explosive sounds as all the blood within Lin Ming's chest began to tumble. Even though he was facing Han Kai with everything he had, he was still inferior. Bang! With a detonating sound, the grand mist space was shattered by the 8-sectioned stupa. However, the grand mist space was still a top transcendent divine might. As the 8-sectioned stupa broke into the grand mist space, its own light dimmed down at the same time. Samsara domain, open to the limit. The massive wheel of samsara spun behind Han Kai without the shelter of the grand mist space. Lin Ming was placed directly within the samsara domain, forced to withstand the power of samsara. A tremendous amount of the power of samsara as well as endless grudges rushed into Lin Ming's spiritual sea. His body shook as a tearing pain distorted his spiritual sea, nearly making him faint. Awaken. Lin Ming grit his teeth. Within his spiritual sea, a swirling black vortex appeared. This was the samsara martial intent. To use the minor samsara path to resist Han Kai's transcendent divine might. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the wheel of samsara appeared, pushing down on that black vortex. The wheel of samsara was over 10 times larger than Lin Ming's samsara martial intent. Within the center of the wheel of samsara stood Han Kai's will phantom. Break. Han Kai said in a soft voice. The wheel of samsara slammed into the black vortex within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. A completely disproportionate collision occurred, giving a feeling of near imminent collapse. But at this moment, several law runes began to appear from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. These law runes were the divine dream marks. The divine dream marks landed on the black vortex, forcefully propping it up. Millimeter. Han Kai was startled. He originally thought he would win here, but he never imagined that Lin Ming's soul would be so tenacious. It was harder to suppress him than he thought. Kaila. Within Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the wheel of samsara and the black vortex struck each other, causing endless thunder to appear. Han Kai began to pray with Buddhist sutras. From between his eyebrows, the lotus heart body shined with a brilliant light. The 8-sectioned stupa came crashing down again. The samsara vortex was at its breaking point. Of Lin Ming's 3 cultivation systems of essence, energy, and divine, his soul-forging laws were the weakest. He had only practiced it for several months of time, and now he was being forced to use the minor samsara path to resist the wheel of samsara. It was naturally lacking. Moreover, Han Kai had also resorted to using the lotus heart body. Lin Ming held on with all his strength. He felt an excruciating pain in his soul, and even the will form he manifested in his spiritual sea began to distort. It was clear that he was withstanding a tremendous amount of pressure. Underneath this pressure, all sorts of illusions appeared in Lin Ming's mind. At one moment he returned to his times as a common mortal. He was back with his parents. He married the princess of Sky Fortune Kingdom, he performed countless merits on the battlefield, and he was the idol of the people. At another time, he had reached the divine realm, and because of the secret of the magic cube, he was hunted down by innumerable powerhouses. With no way out, he was placed in a despairing situation. There was even a time when his martial arts had been crippled by others. He was captured by his enemies and forced to endure endless tortures. Each potential false lifetime rapidly passed through Lin Ming's consciousness. Although he knew these were all illusions, it was still difficult for him to wake up. This was the wheel of samsara's 100 cycles of samsara. In each samsara, every life was different. It was nearly impossible to separate reality and fantasy. Lin Ming was lost within this confusing flow of life. It was as if time had lost all meaning. He had fallen into a long dream of samsara. Although he could maintain his ego, he wasn't able to wake himself up from this dream. But among all these dreams, there was one that shocked Lin Ming. In this dream, he had returned to the glorious epoch of the divine realm 6 billion years ago. He created his own heavenly palace, ruled the world, and resisted the great calamity to bring about an everlasting future. He had seen this somewhere before. When Lin Ming climbed up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar, he had experienced a dream. Because of this dream, he had been sent into a deep sleep for over a month. The disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, as well as Hua Violent Stone, Qin Xingxuan, and Mu Qianyu, had all been scared for him. But now, that dream had reappeared. And compared to before, it was even more lifelike. Lin Ming became increasingly convinced that these were the runes that Empyrean Divine Seal had planted into his body, soul, and inner world. These runes contained Empyrean Divine Seal's memories as well as some comprehensions of laws. While Lin Ming was experiencing 100 samsaras, these dream memories turned into one of his lives. Among the haze, Lin Ming arrived at a vast and boundless wild continent. This land exuded a horrifying aura. It was completely different from any central mainland of the divine realm. By just standing here, one could feel a faint pressure. This pressure didn't come from any powerhouses, but from the world itself. This was a world that possessed its own pressure. A tall man dressed in white robes stood above the wilderness. He looked up at the skies, his entire body exuding the aura of the great Tao. This aura gathered together, turning into Tao patterns that floated all around him. As Lin Ming saw these Tao patterns, he felt something familiar, as if he had seen them before. This is. Lin Ming's heart shook. These were the Tao patterns that Empyrean Divine Seal had written down into his body when he climbed up the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step. This series of Tao patterns gradually became clear in Lin Ming's mind. Inexplicably, all sorts of comprehensions emerged within Lin Ming's mind. These comprehensions were not his own, but belonged to Empyrean Divine Seal. As Lin Ming experienced Empyrean Divine Seal's life, he also experienced his comprehension of the laws. On the Divine Seal altar's 33rd step, These Tao patterns and runes were the most precious gifts that Empyrean Divine Seal had granted him. As these Tao patterns appeared, the power of space and the power of time around this tall white-clothed man began to twist. These were Empyrean Divine Seal's laws of space and time. In that moment, Lin Ming felt as if he had become Empyrean Divine Seal, watching the circulation of laws. This sort of experience and realization was extremely mystical. These laws, these comprehensions, are they what Senior Divine Seal left to me? Before, after experiencing that dreamland on the Divine Seal altar, Lin Ming had been utterly exhausted, with his essence, energy, and divine having been completely overdrawn. Because of that, he wasn't able to comprehend these laws. But now, his mind was alive and awake, and he was able to clearly see them. These were the law runes that Empyrean Divine Seal had left in his body. Where was the superiority of an Empyrean descendant? It wasn't just resources and talent. The most important factor was that they had great teachers. An Empyrean teacher had comprehensions of the laws that surpassed the heavenly Tao. With such skilled teachers guiding them, how could Empyrean descendants' progress not be quick? But before now, Lin Ming had never had a truly formidable master. Mo Eversnow was fierce, but her strength lay in her talent. In terms of cultivation, even during her peak state she still hadn't reached the World King realm. And now, Lin Ming had finally obtained the direction of a true Supreme Elder. Moreover, this person's strength had reached an unbelievable boundary. It was possible that he was the greatest powerhouse the Divine Realm had seen for the last 3.6 billion years. Not just that, but those Empyrean descendants were only taught through oral lessons and jade slips. There were none among them who had a teacher who was willing to consume a portion of their soul in order to implant their life's law runes into their body. Chapter 13:15, Divine Seal's Soul. Chapter 13:15, Divine Seal's Soul. Lin Ming isn't moving. Was he defeated? Han Kai's samsara domain is too strong. Losing to him is also reasonable. On the arena stage, Han Kai was standing atop the wheel of samsara, floating high in the air. As for Lin Ming, he was wantonly covered in the power of samsara within the samsara domain, with strange Tao patterns spinning around him. As for what these Tao patterns meant, no one knew. From the look of things, Lin Ming had already lost consciousness. Was it over? Did Lin Ming's myth finally end here? Ever since the first martial meeting began, besides not achieving first place in the preliminaries, Lin Ming had been undefeated. No matter how strong his opponents were or how undefeatable they seemed, he had used incredible methods to erupt with an even greater power and terrifying endurance to defeat them. Xiao Moxian, Jun Blue Moon, and Dragon Fang were all defeated by him. Although many people knew that Han Kai's strength far surpassed Lin Ming's, they still subconsciously thought that Lin Ming's defeat was impossible. He already defies the heavens more than enough. For a disciple from an ordinary Holy Land background to reach this step is already amazing. Han Kai is too strong. He hasn't wasted almost 40 years of his life in vain. As everyone was speaking, Han Kai remained silent on the arena stage. As the one controlling the wheel of samsara, Han Kai could feel that from start to finish, his wheel of samsara had never thoroughly defeated Lin Ming. Lin Ming's soul was tenacious beyond imagination, and those strange divine dream marks had allowed his minor samsara path to forcefully resist the wheel of samsara. Even though Han Kai had used the lotus heart body, he had only been able to suppress Lin Ming. He hadn't been able to utterly rout him. Although Lin Ming had fallen into the 100 cycles of samsara, his consciousness had remained clear throughout. This sort of feeling was like a strong wind blowing through the tough summer grass. Although the wind could blow the grass down, it couldn't break it. By just missing this point, Han Kai didn't believe he had truly won. Rather, during their intense battle, Lin Ming had voluntarily given up his consciousness and fallen into the illusions of samsara. As if he had given up all resistance. Han Kai silently looked at Lin Ming within the samsara domain. There were law runes floating all around him, none of which he could understand. At this time, vast cosmos stepped onto the arena stage. He looked over Lin Ming carefully and then said to Han Kai, "The match has ended." Han Kai shook his head, "Senior Vast Cosmos, This junior's techniques haven't completely defeated Benefactor Lin's defenses. Rather, for some unknown reason, Benefactor Lin instead chose to surrender his soul defenses and fall into the samsara domain to withstand the power of samsara. No matter what the reasoning is, the fact is that you have won. After falling into the endless samsaras, Lin Ming didn't have any ability to defend himself. If Han Kai wanted to claim victory, it would be extremely easy. Then let us wait a moment. I feel that Benefactor Lin may be making an unexpected breakthrough, Han Kai said. As a disciple of Mount Potala, Han Kai's natural character was one of kindness and gentle mercy. He didn't wish to win through something that wasn't the true martial path. Vast Cosmos hesitated for a moment and then nodded, very well. We shall wait for an incense stick of time. Little Master Han Kai's moral character is truly praiseworthy. Then, a strange scene occurred on the first martial meeting's arena stage. Han Kai dismissed the wheel of samsara and stood on the center of the stage, his fingers gathered together in prayer. As for Lin Ming, he was floating in the air, wrapped in a faint power of samsara, with lightly glowing runes all around him. A disciple of vast universe Heavenly Palace lit a stick of incense. The incense stick slowly burned, grey smoke curling in the air. Why are they waiting? Isn't the battle over? I have no idea what's happening. It seems as if Lin Ming has encountered some strange condition, so they are waiting for him to wake up. He was struck by Han Kai's wheel of samsara, so it's likely difficult for him to wake up. His soul might have received some serious damage. The wheel of samsara was an offensive and defensive system. When Han Kai fought Xiao Moxian, he hadn't brought out the attack capabilities of the wheel of samsara. It was a completely different situation from now. Lin Ming had endured the attack of the wheel of samsara. Everyone was able to see just how terrifying the wheel of samsara's attacks were. Even someone as strong as Lin Ming, with a freakishly strong soul defense and mortal body, still lost consciousness with a single strike. The incense stick burnt down shorter and shorter. But Lin Ming was still wrapped in a deep sleep, without any hint that he was regaining consciousness. Finally, the incense stick burnt all the way down. Vast Cosmos stepped onto the arena stage and announced the result of this match. In the audience, the young elites of Crimson Light World were all filled with regret. They were well aware that it was unavoidable for Lin Ming to lose to Han Kai, the difference was simply too great. But after arriving at such a step, they all still hoped that a miracle would occur. But in the end, there was no miracle at all. And on the ancient Phoenix clan's side, Hua Violent Stone, Qin Xingxuan, Mu Qianyu, and the others were all worried for Lin Ming's safety. Lin Ming's restorative ability was extremely strong, so how come he didn't wake up after an incense stick of time? Vast Cosmos looked at Han Kai and loudly proclaimed, Han Kai, victory. This loud and clear sound spread through the entire arena. This also signaled the end of this match. Lin Ming had been defeated by Han Kai. Benefactor Lin seems to have encountered some accident. I ask Senior to look after him, Han Kai said as he recited some Buddhist chants. Vast Cosmos nodded. He raised his hand and Lin Ming's body came flying over. Vast Cosmos placed his palm on Lin Ming's forehead, wanting to investigate the current damage to his spiritual sea. But as he inspected Lin Ming, he frowned. Lin Ming's spiritual sea was covered with a dim white light. It was impossible to see through it. How strange. Vast Cosmos couldn't believe this. With his half-step Empyrean cultivation, he wasn't able to investigate the spiritual sea of a junior. What was going on here? Bring Lin Ming out of here and deliver him to a quiet room where he can rest. Look for Xin Shenzi to see to him until I come over. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace's Xin Shenzi had much higher attainments in the aspect of souls and spiritual seas than Vast Cosmos did. Several disciples of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace lifted up Lin Ming and brought him away. In this situation, many spectators could see that something was wrong. Lin Ming might have been seriously wounded. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan both felt their hearts tighten. They were certainly worried about him, but they weren't able to go to the contestant area. Brother Lin Ming should be fine, right? How could that monk be so heavy-handed with his moves? Don't blame others. Our husband might have encountered some special circumstances. Don't forget, Lin Ming fell into a deep sleep for over a month after the Divine Seal altar. As Mu Qianyu spoke, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan were even more worried. If he really fell into a deep sleep like last time, then that wasn't a good sign at all. If he fell into a deep sleep again and again, that really might mean he had some particular soul damage. Senior apprentice Brother Lin wouldn't fall into a deep sleep more and more after this, right? What if he sleeps for longer and longer each time? A disciple whispered. Don't speak nonsense. Hua Violent Stone angrily said. His complexion was also somewhat solemn. After Lin Ming's loss, the tournament continued on. Xiao Moxian against Frost Dream. This was a long-awaited showdown. Even though there wasn't any suspense in the result, it was still a battle between the two most outstanding young girls in the entire Divine Realm. Both of these girls had their own unique flavor and were also the dream lovers of countless young elites. How could they not be heated for this battle? Many youths shouted until their throats were hoarse. However, the disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan had a perpetual malaise covering all of their hearts. That fellow, he's as fierce as a farm animal, so how could he be injured? Before stepping on stage, Xiao Moxian tilted her head, gazing on as Lin Ming was carried away to Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. At this time, in a resting room of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, an old man with a long beard and a floppy hat was probing Lin Ming's spiritual sea, his eyebrows wrinkled. Senior Xin Shenzi, what's the situation? A youth asked. He was Vast Cosmos's apprentice and a core disciple of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. I cannot be sure. There are some strange runes and lines covering Lin Ming's spiritual sea. This old man is too unlearned and ignorant. I have never seen anything like it before. What do we do? Should we report this to Master Ancestor? The Master Ancestor that this youth referred to was naturally Empyrean Vast Universe. Xin Shenzi said, I simply can't find any clues. It seems we can only trouble Honorable Master. Lin Ming's talent is enough to alarm even Honorable Master and have him take action. We cannot make any mistakes, the consequences are simply too great. In the past Divine Realm First Martial meetings, the champion didn't often have the talent to become an Empyrean in the future. And someone that wasn't an Empyrean level talent simply didn't possess the qualifications to rouse an Empyrean powerhouse. This was the same as a mortal not bothering to help treat ants. As Xin Shenzi was thinking about this further and preparing to personally approach Empyrean Vast Universe, a flame lit up in front of him. From that flame, Empyrean Vast Universe's voice echoed out. You do not have to pay attention to Lin Ming. Allow him to rest. As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke, Xin Shenzi and the others naturally wouldn't do something as stupid as disobeying him. Xin Shenzi left a few disciples in the resting room and allowed Lin Ming to rest. On the arena stage, the battle was in full swing, raging like an inferno. As for Lin Ming, he was lost in a long dream. He dreamt that he was Empyrean Divine Seal. He saw the world from the viewpoint of Empyrean Divine Seal, and also pondered the same questions he did. When Empyrean Divine Seal trained, so did Lin Ming. When Empyrean Divine Seal meditated on the laws, Lin Ming also meditated on the laws. When Empyrean Divine Seal fought with powerhouses, Lin Ming also experienced these brutal battles. These dreamy and elusive sentiments and thoughts imprinted themselves on Lin Ming's heart. These feelings weren't too deep, and these were also comprehensions that belonged to Empyrean Divine Seal. After all, these weren't Lin Ming's comprehensions and didn't necessarily suit him. In fact, he didn't even understand the majority of them. But these still brought a great number of inspirations to Lin Ming. To be able to see the world through the eyes of an Empyrean and also study the laws at that height, to immediately rise to the level of an Empyrean, just who had that chance? Or, it was more accurate to say that Empyrean Divine Seal even surpassed the boundary of an Empyrean. There was no concept of time in these dreams. Lin Ming experienced countless years, and among these memories, he soon forgot them even as they rapidly flowed past him. Finally, there were not many runes that engraved themselves in Lin Ming's mind. Without knowing it, Lin Ming's concept of the 33 layered heavens was improving, evolving. His body, essence, energy, and soul all began to fuse together. This was no longer just a fusion of energy, but a true fusion of essence, energy, and divine. His soul fused together into his flesh and blood, his flesh and blood combined with his inner world, and his inner world linked together with his spiritual sea. Slowly, a transcendent divine might appeared in Lin Ming's mind. Its name was the Divine Seal Art. Like this, Lin Ming finally understood just what runes Empyrean Divine Seal left in his body. This wasn't just law runes and Tao patterns, but also a masterless soul fragment from Empyrean Divine Seal. This was similar to the masterless soul fragments in the magic cube, but millions and billions of times more valuable. This was the masterless soul fragment of a supreme elder that surpassed an Empyrean. Chapter 13:16, Dream Cultivation. Chapter 13:16, Dream Cultivation. Empyrean Divine Seal's lifetime of knowledge and abilities were all written in the Divine Seal Art. This was a comprehensive cultivation method, not just a single move. It included the countless laws of the divine realm, including the 5 elemental laws, the life laws, yin-yang laws, and so forth. But the main focus of the Divine Seal Art was the space laws and time laws. These 2 laws were the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal was most skilled in. When Lin Ming had discovered the ancient Elysium Seal deep beneath immemorial Imperial City, he found that Empyrean Divine Seal had used the ancient Elysium Seal as an array eye to suppress an unknown existence. The sealing technique he used was recorded within the Divine Seal Art. Lin Ming found it hard to imagine just what type of existence was suppressed by Empyrean Divine Seal's Divine Seal Art for 3.6 billion years and still hadn't died. Even though Lin Ming had now inherited a tiny incomplete soul fragment of Empyrean Divine Seal, he still didn't have any memories of this. Like this, Lin Ming was lost in a deep sleep, constantly experiencing the memories left behind by Empyrean Divine Seal. And on the arena stage, the battles were carrying on. In Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream's match, Frost Dream had defeated Xiao Moxian without any problems. At this point, only Frost Dream and Han Kai still had unbroken winning streaks. The third match of the second round was Jun Blue Moon against Dragon Fang. Many people were looking forwards to this battle. Although the 2 of them had lost to Lin Ming, the disparity wasn't too great, especially with Jun Blue Moon, who had withstood Lin Ming's heavenly Tao judgment without suffering any injuries. As soon as Jun Blue Moon stepped on stage, he used his yin-yang laws. However, these laws were seen through by Dragon Fang's 3 lives pupils. Then, Dragon Fang suppressed Jun Blue Moon. Even Jun Blue Moon's finishing move, the 64 yin-yang trigram sword, was seen through by Dragon Fang's all-existence to void. However, Jun Blue Moon was extremely tough. Although he was suppressed, he still wasn't defeated. The 2 brutally fought for an hour, exchanging over 1,000 moves and wounding each other again and again. They slowly began to reach their limits, but in the end, Jun Blue Moon's endurance proved to be superior. With a small advantage, Jun Blue Moon took the lead and won a hard-earned victory against Dragon Fang. This difficult victory showed that the 2 youths were individually matched. Who won or who lost, luck and their current condition played an extremely large role. Thus, the second round in the first group of 6 people ended like this. Even so, Lin Ming still hadn't woken up. Vast Cosmos announced the beginning of the third round. This round should have been where Lin Ming and Frost Dream battled, but because Lin Ming had fallen into a deep sleep, Frost Dream drew a bye. This left behind Han Kai, Dragon Fang, Xiao Moxian, and Jun Blue Moon still competing. In truth, among these 4 people, most of them had already fought, thus there weren't many matches left. The 2 matches for this round were Han Kai against Jun Blue Moon and Dragon Fang against Xiao Moxian. Compared to the last matches, these were much less anticipated. Frost Dream hasn't gone on stage. I wanted to watch Frost Dream fight Lin Ming. Some audience members knew that Frost Dream had drawn a bye and were somewhat dissatisfied. Frost Dream was the dream lover of many heroic young elites. They all wanted to see Frost Dream in action. Even if there wasn't any suspense in the match between Frost Dream and Lin Ming, they still wished to see her roll over her opponents with absolute strength. It could only be said that Frost Dream was too popular. Compared to Frost Dream and Xiao Moxian, Lin Ming simply didn't have much support. It doesn't matter if Frost Dream fights Lin Ming or not, it's just a small interlude, Frost Dream will win no matter what. The only one who can truly compete with Frost Dream here is Han Kai, but I think that Han Kai has higher chances of losing. Just look at when Frost Dream fought Dragon Fang. She defeated him without much effort. Speaking about it, what's going on with Lin Ming? Are his injuries really that heavy? An Empyrean heavenly palace shouldn't be lacking in medicines, right? With all sorts of wonderful medicines at his use, he still didn't immediately recover. It must be a soul injury. Han Kai is a kind and merciful person, so he should know what his limits are. However, Lin Ming wanted to show off his strength, and even though he knew he wasn't Han Kai's match, he still used that World King level minor samsara path to struggle with Han Kai's transcendent divine might, the Wheel of Samsara. How could a World King level cultivation method possibly triumph over a transcendent divine might? There is a gap in cultivation methods and also a gap in cultivation realms. The result of the match was already decided from the beginning. Even so, Lin Ming wanted to fight, and the aura he displayed was so powerful that it made others feel he wasn't much weaker at all. Finally, all of that caused him to be injured too heavily. This is just a martial arts contest, but he was so reckless. An old man shook his head, his voice filled with regret. A soul injury was not easy to cure. If a martial artist's soul was injured, that was definitely bad news. Luckily, this had happened in Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. There were many precious soul recovery medicines here, so Lin Ming should be in a much better position. But even so, in this case, if Lin Ming still remained unconscious and missed the third round of matches and allowed Frost Dream to draw a bye, this would be proof that his injuries were extremely heavy. This sort of wound was likely to leave permanent damage behind. To a genius, this was undoubtedly a tremendous loss. It might even affect his future achievements. If he really is heavily injured, then Lin Ming's losses will be great. Isn't Vast Cosmos the referee? How come he didn't stop the match? How could it be so easy? All of these geniuses are difficult to measure with common sense. Even for a half-step Empyrean, it's impossible for them to determine who is weaker or stronger before they fight. There are bound to be unexpected surprises. This time Lin Ming truly didn't consider the situation. These young ones are far too spirited. As Lin Ming was unconscious, news of his situation spread through the arena. As people heard this, they began to think that Lin Ming had tried too hard to show off in front of Han Kai, and had suffered a soul wound because of it. Not even Vast Cosmos was able to cure him. This was the heart of human jealousy, something everyone possessed. As the audience saw Lin Ming suffer, some of them were sorry for him, but some were also gloating at his suffering. For instance, the Skydark Holy Lands Nether Limitless was extremely happy to hear this. The deeper Lin Ming's wounds were, the better it was. At this time, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe said to Empyrean Divine Dream, "What is wrong with Lin Ming? I don't feel as if his soul has been injured, so why hasn't he awoken after such a long time?" Let alone Empyrean Vast Universe, not even Empyrean Divine Dream was able to see through the divine soul mark that Empyrean Divine Seal left behind. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "It's hard to say. Perhaps it might have something to do with the time he climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's 33rd step. If he continues to stay asleep, then the tournament will end. He still has a match left with Frost Dream. Do you plan on sentencing Lin Ming to a loss?" Although Empyrean Vast Universe didn't think that Lin Ming had a chance of winning, it was still too careless to so easily decide someone's defeat. Divine Dream said, "Have Lin Ming placed into a time enchantment, a 1:100 time flow. He should be able to wake up. Characters like him will not fall from the altar so easily, and he still has a long road awaiting him. He will surely pass this trial." As Divine Dream spoke, Empyrean Vast Universe could only concur. He sent an order to Shin Shenzi to have Lin Ming placed into a 1:100 time flow enchantment. Shin Shenzi himself was a great World King Master, so it was easy for him to lay down such an enchantment. After he set down Lin Ming in a good position, he reached out and waved his hands. 4 jade bunnies leapt out from his spirit beast chart, transforming into 4 beautiful young girls within the enchantment. These 4 young girls all originated from the monster race, and their cultivations were equal to a late revolving core realm humans. They were only a single step away from making a breakthrough. The Jade Bunny clan of the monster race had a naturally docile and gentle temperament. They had fallen into dire straits and were rescued by Shin Shenzi. At the time, Shin Shenzi just happened to have a spirit beast chart magic tool, so he accepted them as his secret disciples. The 4 of you will be responsible for looking after Lin Ming. Do not allow the slightest error to occur. Until he wakes up, immediately report to me any changes that occur. Yes. Following that, within the time enchantment, the 4 revolving core young girls of the monster race spent every second of the day watching and caring for Lin Ming. Their actions were orderly and meticulous. However, when these 4 young girls entered the enchantment to care for Lin Ming, they never imagined it would be for such a long time. Soon, half a year passed and Lin Ming still remained asleep as before. For such a long time, these 4 young girls constantly stared at the face of a single young man, and their lives were naturally boring. Luckily, Lin Ming had an extraordinarily handsome face with an excellent and dashing temperament. Looking at him all day was a comfortable experience. This continued to 8 months, 9 months. Lin Ming still didn't wake up. If an ordinary person slept for such a long time, their body would have become smelly and covered with sores. However, Lin Ming remained clean and free of dust the entire time. He exuded a hint of masculinity that was pleasant to smell. Thus, these 4 young girls didn't have to do something so embarrassing like wiping down his body or helping him bathe. Slowly, 1 year passed. During this year, Lin Ming constantly comprehended within the samsara world. Immersed in a sea of laws, he forgot time, and forgot all else. He even forgot the memory that he had been struck by the wheel of samsara and was experiencing a long dream. Rather, he thought that this was his life, that this was reality. Every day was spent in non-stop pondering and meditation. Sometimes Lin Ming was like a rock, sitting still for an entire month. Within this dream, his body was surrounded with countless Tao patterns and law fragments. These Tao patterns ran over him like trickling water before flowing into his body and then slowly leaking out from his pores. Everything seemed harmonious, like a perfect cycle. What sort of character was Empyrean Divine Seal? The runes he left behind contained not only comprehensions of laws but also fragments of memories. How could this be comprehended in several days or even several months? Even with Lin Ming's perception, wanting to thoroughly comprehend these things and reform the divine seal art was extremely difficult. In a year of time, Lin Ming had comprehended only 1/10 of the laws that Empyrean divine seal had left behind. He had just barely managed to cross into the threshold of the divine seal art. Beyond that, there were also many laws. However, Lin Ming wasn't able to comprehend them because his boundary was simply far too shallow. Empyrean divine seal's boundary was just far too high. Just this tiny insignificant soul fragment was enough for Lin Ming to enjoy for 100 years, allowing him to meditate on it for 2 or 3 large boundaries. The truth was that this was something that only Lin Ming could do. If someone else were here, then even if they were a top extreme character like Han Kai or Jun Blue Moon, they would still be powerless when facing Empyrean divine seal's laws. This was because they had yet to comprehend the concept of the 33-layered heavens. It was also because of this point that Lin Ming was able to obtain Empyrean divine seal's inheritance. Chapter 1317, Cultivating the Divine Seal Art. Chapter 1317, Cultivating the Divine Seal Art. Another year and another month passed. Deep in meditation, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. He was sitting down cross-legged in a vast and unknown space of the universe, filled with endless mist and dust. With just a glance, everything around him was wrapped in a dim haze. The surrounding space was filled with the chaotic power of space and time. Space twisted, making it impossible to identify just what direction was which, and even the flow of time was in complete upheaval. Deep within this area, even one's normal breathing and heart rate were affected. "I've arrived at this space again," Lin Ming whispered to himself, his eyes bright and shining. He had named this space the Divine Seal Space. Every time he entered the Divine Seal Space, Lin Ming was able to become aware of many things. He closed his eyes and silently sensed the rich space and time laws here. This place was like the primordial soup before the universe was formed, and the laws here were still in their most primitive state. Wanting to become aware of these laws was extremely easy. During this year, Lin Ming had already comprehended the time and space laws to large success of the 5th level. It had to be known that before this, Lin Ming's attainments in the time and space laws weren't high at all. He had only been comparable to a genius from an ordinary Holy Land, far from reaching the level of an Empyrean descendant like Dragon Fang. He wasn't even able to compare with someone like the Monster Prince. Lin Ming's understandings into these two laws were so poor that he couldn't even display them in actual combat, otherwise he wouldn't have needed to summon the heretical god Tree Phantom when he fought the Monster Prince. He had done so because ordinary thunder and fire laws did not possess the ability to resist the Monster Prince's space and time laws. In just a year, Lin Ming had been able to reach large success of the 5th level concepts in the extremely difficult to study time and space laws. He had surpassed the Monster Prince and was only slightly inferior to Dragon Fang. This speed of improvement was horrifying. Moreover, although the boundary of Lin Ming's space and time laws was inferior to Dragon Fang's, the time and space laws that Empyrean Divine Seal comprehended were of an exorbitantly high level. They were far from what ordinary space and time laws could hope to compare with. As Lin Ming was enlightening himself on the space and time laws here, at this moment, the endless dust in this space began to converge together at a single point. The mist and dust seemed thin, but there was an endless volume. In terms of weight, it could easily surpass 1,000,000 trillion jins. Lin Ming could see this swirling vortex of dust rapidly grow. A swallowing force latched onto him, making him feel as if he were being sucked into this whirlpool. Lin Ming's mind chilled as he rapidly retreated. He watched with his own eyes as this vortex grew increasingly large, finally condensing into a star. Dust and mist forming a star? Lin Ming was stunned. Is this the forming process of a star? As Lin Ming was thinking over this, that massive star began to burn. An incomparably horrifying light erupted from within it. The total amount of energy in this eruption was so great that the all-out strike of an Empyrean was completely overshadowed. Lin Ming recalled the time when he had absorbed the blood essence of the ancient phoenix. In that dream world, he had seen the scene of the phoenix undergoing nirvana. That phoenix had been bathing within the blazing hot core of a star, its body in the process of being reborn. Without a doubt, this was a sun. Am I witnessing the formation of a sun? Lin Ming thought. He could feel the fire origin energy around him being stirred up, becoming more and more hot. Because of the amount of heat that this sun was releasing, the surrounding temperature was so high that even metal essence would instantly turn to steam. If a giant meteor were to fall into this sun, it would quickly be melted away, vanishing into nothing. Lin Ming didn't retreat. As he faced this sun, he began to slowly realize the fire laws. His fire laws had been stranded at the 5th level concept for an extremely long time. He hadn't yet been able to trace the threshold to the 6th level concept. This also caused Lin Ming's laws to be at a much lower height than those of Dragon Fang and the others. And Lin Ming was well aware that the 6th level concept was yang flames, in other words, the fires of a sun. The first 4 levels of the fire laws, whether it was burning heat, annihilation, creation, or manifestation, these were fires of the mortal world. As for the 5th level fire laws, that was virtual fire. The flames of jealousy, boiling anger, overflowing rage, heated hatred, all of these were flames transformed from the human mind. They could be called spiritual fires. Then, upon arriving at the 6th level laws, it was the fires of the sun. The fires of the sun had an essential difference from fires of the mortal world. The fires of the mortal world produced flames from burning materials, but as for the fires of the sun, that was similar to releasing energy and flames from completely annihilated matter. This sort of absolute annihilation produced a power thousands of times greater. A phoenix's nirvana meant to undergo nirvana within the center of a sun. A grown-up phoenix would choose to undergo nirvana in the center of a blazing star. The more powerful the phoenix was, the more terrifying the star they chose. Only when facing a true sun could one comprehend the real 6th level concept of the fire laws, yang flames. But now, with the current Lin Ming's cultivation, It was still far too early for him to thoroughly comprehend young flames. It was simply impossible. Even so, if he managed to trace upon the threshold of the concept of young flames and add a bit of that power to his fire laws, then there would be no comparison between his moves before and after. The sun became increasingly bright and blazing. Lin Ming felt his entire body burning, even as he was constantly enlightening himself on everything happening. At this time, the sun rapidly grew as if it would explode at any moment. Lin Ming was bewildered. He could feel that this sun was about to collapse, so he rapidly drew backwards. In this illusory virtual space, his speed was extraordinarily quick. He soon retreated 1,000,000 miles back. And at this time, the sun suddenly detonated with an incomparably terrifying divine light, seeming as if the entire universe would be swallowed up. With an explosion of sound, dreadful waves of heat destroyed everything, and even the void was shaken to the point of collapse. In that moment, Lin Ming thought he had died. It was impossible for a human to resist such a horrifying explosion. Who? Terrifying flames swept over Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He was certain that if this weren't a virtual space, he would have already turned to ash just now, even if he were another 1,000,000 miles farther away. The flames gradually dissipated. The sun was already destroyed. It began to gradually collapse, its volume rapidly becoming smaller. It eventually shrank 1,000,000,000,000 times smaller. All of that matter, light, space, and time, everything was sucked into it. Slowly, the sun evolved into a star of absolute darkness. Lin Ming knew that this star, according to Empyrean Divine Seal's viewpoint, was called a black hole. Every black hole had a very small radius of space around it that formed an absolute horizon. Within the Divine Seal art, this space was called the black hole horizon. It was impossible for any matter that fell into the black hole horizon to emerge again. This was an absolute enchantment of time and space. Even if an Empyrean were to fall into it, they wouldn't be an exception. The black hole horizon destroyed all matter, space, and time. It was the endpoint of all space and time laws. As for Empyrean Divine Seal, he had cultivated the space and time laws to the boundary of a black hole. He was able to have space and time form a black hole. This was also one of the moves within the Divine Seal art when it was cultivated to an extremely high boundary. By creating a black hole and using the absolute space and time laws to seal away all, even a divine god would be permanently sealed, unable to escape. Divine Seal, seal the divine. This was where Empyrean Divine Seal and the Divine Seal art's name originated from. There was no exaggeration in these names either. In the past, Empyrean Divine Seal truly did possess the ability to seal away gods. This was because he was an existence that had surpassed an Empyrean. That was the realm of true divinity. It was naturally impossible for Lin Ming to practice to this boundary, but if it was just reproducing a tiny bit of the black hole horizon's charm, he was still able to barely accomplish that. Witnessing the creation of a black hole with his own eyes had the greatest benefits to Lin Ming's comprehension of the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming sat down before this black hole, recalling everything that had just happened. To seal off the space, everything that enters will not be able to break through that cage. To seal off time, everything that falls into the black hole horizon will fall into an eternally timeless moment, locked into a single moment of forever. Their body will stop for all time. With all of this combined together, with matter, time, and space compressed to the limit, that is what it means to truly seal something. As Lin Ming spoke, all sorts of changes occurred within his inner world. In his body's inner world, all of the world power and all of the energy gathered together, slowly forming a whirlpool. Lin Ming was using the energy within himself to simulate the formation of a sun. In cultivating the Divine Seal art, the symbol of truly beginning training in it was to form a miniature black hole in one's inner world. All future practice would center around this miniature black hole. However, forming this miniature black hole was extremely risky. If one's foundation was lacking, not only would that miniature black hole not form, but their inner world would directly collapse because it wouldn't be able to withstand the sudden changes in energy. Although Lin Ming was now sleeping, the process of forming a miniature black hole was truly occurring in reality. The real world was in sync with the dream world. If there was a single mistake, Then Lin Ming's inner world would crack apart and he really would die. This process was not hurried at all. Just like the birth, growth, and death of a sun, for the formation of the miniature black hole in the body, that process needed the accumulation of time and continuous evolution. And at this time, 400 days had already passed. That was 4 days in the outside world. The first martial meeting tournament had basically ended 2 days ago. There were only 2 matches that had yet to be fought. One was Frost Dream against Han Kai, and the other was Frost Dream against Lin Ming. Now there had been a pause for 2 days. The audience had long been impatient with waiting. What's going on? How come Han Kai and Frost Dream's showdown hasn't begun yet? Are they fighting today? They couldn't be playing with us, right? The several 100 million spectators present were all anticipating watching Han Kai and Frost Dream's battle. That would surely be the most splendid battle of the first martial meeting. I heard that the organizers originally intended for Frost Dream to first fight Lin Ming before the battle between Frost Dream and Han Kai, but since Lin Ming was severely wounded and hasn't awoken yet, the competition was delayed for a few days. Of these 2 matches, Han Kai against Frost Dream should have been at the very end. It was the prime showdown of the first martial meeting and should have been the last battle where the champion was decided. However, because Lin Ming's soul was grievously wounded and he had fallen into a deep sleep, the battle between Lin Ming and Frost Dream had been delayed. Chapter 1318, The Climactic Battle. Chapter 1318, The Climactic Battle. They are waiting for Lin Ming to wake up and compete with Frost Dream before they continue with the final battle. There must be some mistake. As many spectators heard this, they were immediately roused to anger. Many of them had come to the first martial meeting specifically to watch Frost Dream, not Lin Ming. What did it matter to them if Lin Ming finished his matches or not? Moreover, Lin Ming had injured himself because he was trying to show off. If he missed his matches because of his wounds, how could anyone but himself be blamed? The referees must have gone senile. If Lin Ming doesn't wake up for a month, does that mean we have to wait for a month? If he doesn't wake up for 2 months, do we have to wait for 2 months? Also, does anyone even think that Lin Ming can defeat Frost Dream? Frost Dream is someone who is said to far surpass Han Kai, and Lin Ming lost miserably to Han Kai, even suffering severe soul wounds in the meantime, so how could he possibly battle Frost Dream? They want us to take such a long break just to wait for him to fight a little teaser match. This is the intent handed down by the 2 great Empyreans. If you have complaints about how this first martial meeting is being conducted, then why don't you go and bring it up with them? As someone said this, the heroic young elite who was speaking before suddenly shut up. Go and complain to an Empyrean? He wouldn't do that if he had 100 times the courage. Why would an Empyrean bother with the ideas of someone so unimportant? They wouldn't even bother glancing in his direction. I heard that Lin Ming was placed in a time enchantment. 1 day out here is numerous days inside. He should wake up soon. Time enchantment. Is that okay? If he hasn't woken up even after spending several months inside, then what's going on? Is he dead? Many people were dissatisfied with the current situation, but there was nothing they could do. Then, like this, 5 days passed. From the moment when Lin Ming entered the time enchantment, 1 year and 3 months had passed. It's almost been 500 days. How come Lin Ming still hasn't awakened? Deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Vast Universe frowned. It was clear that Lin Ming was suffering some sort of extremely complex situation, but his time deep in slumber had surpassed Empyrean Vast Universe's estimations. Divine Dream, could there have been something that happened to Lin Ming that damaged his spiritual sea and caused him to not be able to wake up? Divine Dream was silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Have your disciple adjust the rate of the time enchantment to 1:150. Also, there is no need for Han Kai and Frost Dream's competition to drag on for such a long time. Once Lin Ming wakes up he can compete with Frost Dream." Divine Dream's words affirmed that Lin Ming would definitely wake up. Empyrean Vast Universe could only nod his head. The reason that Divine Dream stepped forwards to conduct this first martial meeting was to a large extent because of Frost Dream. She also insisted that Frost Dream fight each and every great battle. And towards Lin Ming, Divine Dream had a faint premonition that his deep slumber was related to the Divine Seal altar and wasn't as simple as it seemed from the outside. Like this, Lin Ming would surely become a good match for Frost Dream. After Xin Shenzi obtained the orders from above, he sped up the flow of time in the enchantment to 150 times. Within a time enchantment, the more exaggerated the flow of time was, the more unstable the laws within would be. In a time enchantment that ran 150 times faster than normal, it was hard to enlighten oneself on the laws of the universe because they were simply too chaotic. However, in his deep sleep, Lin Ming was absorbing the laws that Empyrean Divine Seal had left behind. Because these laws weren't related to the outside, there weren't any problems. The 4 young Jade Bunny race girls attended to Lin Ming with utter care. As Lin Ming was sleeping, his face was determined and dashing, but his aura was also gentle and soft. From his appearance, it was hard to imagine the great dangers he was experiencing in his dream. In the dreamland space, the sphere of energy within Lin Ming's inner world had expanded to the limit. It was ready to erupt at any given moment. Once it erupted, the impact on Lin Ming's body would be unimaginable. If he couldn't withstand it, then his inner world would completely collapse and he would die. If he was able to withstand it, then after that true essence exploded, he could condense it into a black hole seed and thus begin the first crucial step to cultivating the Divine Seal art. Lin Ming had already condensed the energy sphere for an entire month. Now, he was still adjusting himself, waiting, optimizing the energy to most the accurate proportion. This was an extremely risky step. Without certain assurances, Lin Ming wouldn't play around with his own life. As Lin Ming was cultivating without end, on the arena stage, Han Kai and Frost Dream's climactic battle was soon about to start. This battle certainly had its own gambling bet. Vast Universe Heavenly Palace had already revealed their compensation rate. Frost Dream's victory had a compensation rate of 1.3 and Han Kai's victory had a compensation rate of 2.7. Most people favored Frost Dream, but there were also many people that favored Han Kai. After all, Han Kai was a very low-profile individual, and in every match he fought so far he had always held back and never won in an excessive manner. Thus, it was hard to tell just where the limits of Han Kai's strength lay. Moreover, when Han Kai had fought Lin Ming and given him a severe soul wound, making him fall unconscious until even now, this matter had caused many people to hold Han Kai in even higher regard. Lin Ming was a freak of nature after all, even Xiao Moxian had lost to him. For Han Kai to defeat Lin Ming to such a degree was enough to prove how strong Han Kai was. Also, Frost Dream's compensation rate was simply far too low to have any fun. Even if one put down 1 billion, they would only win 300 million, there simply wasn't any meaning to this. Thus, many people bet on Han Kai. Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream, this poor monk greets you. Han Kai stood on the arena stage, bowing respectfully. Frost Dream's eyes were calm and cold, her clothes floating around her. Even facing Han Kai in what could be called the most important battle of the first martial meeting, her mood didn't change at all. It was as if nothing in this world was able to change that look of hers. Match, begin. As Vast Cosmos announced this, the several 100 million spectators in the arena all began to wildly cheer. Han Kai took several steps back as a massive golden Buddha chart appeared behind him. A golden spinning halo of light also appeared beneath his feet. This was the Wheel of Samsara. From the very start, Han Kai displayed the Wheel of Samsara. One could see from this just how highly he thought of Frost Dream. This poor monk has heard of Fairy Frost Dream's renowned name for a long time. But, I have yet to have the good fortune of sparring with junior apprentice Frost Dream. This time can be considered as a wish fulfilled. In Han Kai's eyes, a rare tint of fighting spirit shined. As an ascetic, Han Kai usually lived a modest and pious life. He had a naturally low-profile temperament that avoided disputes and grudges. But, he too was a young heroic elite. To meet a similar opponent, that was something to feel excited over. This was what it meant to find a perfect rival, there was nothing better than that. Frost Dream's entire body flowed with dreamy streams of water. She was using her divine dream space. Up until now, Frost Dream had only used 3 moves to remain undefeated in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. One was illusions, the second was the ruling spirit art, and the third was the divine dream space. To deal with weaklings, Frost Dream only needed to glance at them to have them be lost in illusions and achieve instant victory. But to deal with powerhouses like Xiao Moxian and Dragon Fang, she merely needed to envelop them in the divine dream space to win. Who? A cold air began to lift upwards. The entire timeless God-stone arena was covered with a shimmering layer of condensed frost. Frost Dream's body floated in the air. Her feet were bare and her icy blue hair danced around her. The divine dream space had covered the entire arena. As long as one stepped in this space, that was the same as stepping into Frost Dream's dream. Within this dream, Frost Dream was God. All within it had to withstand the judgment of her will. Shoo. Vicious nightmare beasts began to appear within the divine dream space, one after another, all of them madly roaring towards Hang Kai. Hang Kai gathered his palms together, a smile on his face. The divine dream space is truly magnificent. Then, this poor monk will make his move. As Hang Kai spoke, the wheel of samsara beneath his feet shot outwards, turning into a massive dharmic wheel that hurtled into the sky towards Frost Dream. Ka. The dharmic wheel rapidly spun. As it flew forwards, all of the nightmare beasts it passed were cut apart, their blood sprinkling down. If any of these nightmare beasts were chosen, any one of them had the ability to enter the top 20 rankings of the first martial meeting. But in front of Hang Kai's wheel of samsara, they were nothing more than golems of mud, easily cut down. In an instant, the wheel of samsara had arrived in front of Frost Dream. The wheel of samsara was both a material attack and soul attack. But Hang Kai was well aware that soul attacks would have no effect on Frost Dream. He could only rely on a material attack. As the audience saw the wheel of samsara about to cut Frost Dream in half, many of her supporters, even though they knew that she had yet to reveal her true strength, cried out in sheer horror and alarm. This was still a transcendent divine might, and after being sent out by Hang Kai, its strength could be imagined. In this critical situation, Frost Dream simply stretched out her slender right hand. Infinite dreams, manifest a stone wall. In that instant, endless starlight gathered into Frost Dream's hand and a common-looking stone wall rose straight from the ground. From the start, when there was nothing on the ground, it only took 1,000th of an instant for a 100,000-foot-high wall to rise into the world. In that moment, a 100,000-foot-high cliff had appeared in front of Frost Dream. This stone wall was impossibly high and dreadful. It emitted a vast and boundless aura. Atop this stone wall was a massive ghostly head that looked incomparably fierce. Chapter 1319, Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Chapter 1319, Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Domain-type martial skills were extremely rare for martial artists. To obtain just a single one could raise a martial artist's strength a great deal. However, to those extreme geniuses that were able to stand on the stage of the first martial meeting, having a single domain wasn't unusual at all. There was Hang Kai's Samsara domain, Ram Saber's Saber King domain, Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space, and so forth. But until now, the undisputed number one domain was Frost Dream's Divine Dream Space. Just seeing it made one feel as if there was no way to rival it. This was also reasonable. Ignoring the fact that Frost Dream had the deepest cultivation, in terms of ranks of transcendent divine mights, only Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space was able to compare with the Divine Dream Space. However, Lin Ming's Grand Mist Space was incomplete and Frost Dream's Divine Dream Space was complete. From this alone, one could see the clear difference between the two. And Frost Dream wasn't old either. She was still 3 years younger than Hang Kai. This left everyone confused. Just what sort of unique lucky chance did she encounter, or what sort of singular physique did she possess that allowed her to reach this step? Within the Divine Dream Space, that 100,000-foot divine wall had already disappeared. Hang Kai looked at Frost Dream and said with admiration, "The Divine Dream domain truly lives up to its reputation. This poor monk can only try his best and use the lotus heart body." As Hang Kai spoke, his hands formed a lotus sign. From between his eyebrows, a golden relic slowly appeared, finally solidifying with a sparkling light. As the lotus heart body appeared, Hang Kai's aura changed. His body began to rise upwards. Behind his head, 8 golden rings appeared. When combined with the brilliant golden light between his eyebrows, it was like Buddha had descended to the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A golden shining pagoda fell down from the clouds, firmly suppressing the area around Hang Kai. Even the divine dream space fiercely trembled as if it would burst apart at any moment. This was Hang Kai's 8-sectioned stupa. 8 deities rushed out from the divine pagoda and a powerful domain space formed around Hang Kai. This was the samsara domain. However, the samsara domain was too low in rank. It was suppressed by the divine dream domain and limited in scope. From the audience's viewpoint, even if Hang Kai used the 8-sectioned stupa, he was still worse than Frost Dream. It would be extremely difficult for him to win. Hang Kai waved his staff and the massive golden pagoda came pressing down towards Frost Dream. Like before, Frost Dream simply stretched out a slender hand. In that moment when the 8-sectioned stupa came crashing down, a faint blue haze appeared above Frost Dream's head. This blue light rapidly expanded, nearly instantly transforming into an extremely large icy blue divine hand. This hand was over a dozen miles tall. As it floated above the arena stage, it could be called a hand to cover the heavens. Bang! The 8-sectioned stupa heavily crashed into the divine hand. But that hand steadily cradled the 8-sectioned stupa. As the audience saw this, they all let out cries of shock. In the legends, it was said that a pagoda-carrying Empyrean existed, carrying a pagoda in a single hand. His supernatural might had been unrivaled. And now, Frost Dream's massive hand formed from the divine dream space was just like that pagoda-wielding Empyrean, with seemingly equal force. The 8-sectioned stupa was blocked by Frost Dream's giant hand. Even so, Hang Kai didn't panic. He began to murmur Buddhist sutras as the point between his eyebrows started to shine with a bright light. Buddhist symbols flew out from his body, recklessly dancing about in the air. These Buddhist seals did not fly towards Frost Dream, but towards the area around the giant hand. They settled down in the air like little flags, forming a great sealing array formation. What is Hang Kai doing? I don't know. The heroic young elites present simply weren't able to understand what was happening. Even those older masters weren't sure. Although their strength far surpassed Hang Kai's, in terms of perception and skill and observation, they weren't necessarily any better than an eternally talented youth like Hang Kai. Hang Kai linked his fingers together, instantly forming dozens of seals. These seals submerged into the void, and in that moment, the giant hand in the sky began to dim down. 8-sectioned stupa, 8 gates golden lock. Hang Kai shouted out loud. Then, those 8 deities on the 8-sectioned stupa flew out, surrounding Frost Dream and turning into runic locks that sealed her within. For a time, the divine dream space violently trembled as if it was about to be torn apart. There was even a fissure that ran down the giant hand, seeming as if it would burst apart at any moment. As Frost Dream saw this, her normally indifferent complexion finally changed just the tiniest bit. A trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. You have seen through my divine dream space. Frost Dream's voice was tranquil and calm, beautiful to the senses. Her face was surrounded by a hazy mist, similar to clouds that covered the night moon. It was an ethereal and breath-stealing sight. Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream is too exaggerated. This poor monk does not possess the ability to see through the divine dream space. However, this poor monk believes that even though this divine dream domain is the dreamland of Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream, and although Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream is like a god within this space, it is still impossible for you to create anything you wish or manipulate the laws as you please. Otherwise, you simply would have needed to imagine an Empyrean and this little monk would have instantly lost. Thus, this little monk carefully observed Fairy Maiden and discovered that whether it was nightmare beasts that were created, or divine walls, or massive hands, the truth is that these things do not come from thin air. Rather, you have used a special type of energy that exists within the divine dream space to form them. It seems this is called divine dream energy, and everything that surpasses the upper limits of this energy cannot be created. So, this poor monk used the 8-sectioned stupa to force Fairy Maiden to use over 90% of the divine dream energy available to resist it, gathering it in a single location within the divine dream space. Then, by locking it with these 8 golden chains, The circulation of the divine dream energy has been sealed off. If so, this sealed-off divine dream space has lost all significance. Han Kai's words were calm and unhurried. But after hearing this, the audience was completely dumbfounded. In just a few moves, Han Kai had seen through the weakness of the divine dream space. The 8-sectioned stupor he sent out just now was not meant to attack Frost Dream, because he had already expected that an attack of this degree would be useless. Rather, his goal was to force Frost Dream to gather that divine dream energy within the divine dream space and then lock it with those 8 golden chains. If so, Frost Dream would be like a bird without wings, posing no threat at all. This seemed simple, but if one didn't possess the powerful abilities and sealing arrays of Han Kai, then even if they knew the weakness of the divine dream space, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Everyone praised Han Kai's calm and keen fighting sense. This ability came from over 30 years of hard work and training, so that's how it is. Senior apprentice Han Kai's eyesight is indeed amazing. Even I have to admire your methods. However, my divine dream space is not limited to just this. As Frost Dream spoke, a lotus flower appeared beneath her feet. At the same time, she took out an icy blue zither from her spatial ring. This zither was crystal clear, shimmering with a faint light as if it were carved from the purest ice. This zither had 18 strings and was also decorated with the carved image of a goddess. This was clearly Frost Dream's magic tool. Before now, Frost Dream had only used a lotus flower weapon. She had never taken out this zither. Frost Dream gently held the zither and sat down atop the lotus. Her slender fingers lightly caressed the zither strings. A divine zither sound appeared, rushing like rivers and lakes, like a song from the highest heavens, leaving one lost in dreams. This song is called the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. If I finish this song, I fear that senior apprentice brother Han Kai will have no chance of winning. That is, unless you can end my song. Frost Dream was also a very low-key individual. If she dared to say that Han Kai would lose once this song was finished, then she naturally had full confidence in it. Han Kai smiled. Junior apprentice sister Frost Dream's zither skills are truly a wonder of the heavens. This poor monk would love to sit in repose and appreciate it, but if what junior apprentice sister Frost Dream says is true and I will lose once this song is finished, then I can only make the first move. I apologize for trying to destroy such a beautiful song. Han Kai summoned the wheel of samsara once more. The golden light between his eyebrows burned even brighter. This wheel of samsara was 10,000 feet in diameter, able to block the skies. Downfall of the 6 paths. Han Kai formed a lotus sign with his hands. The relic between his eyebrows floated into the wheel of samsara. In that moment, 6 figures appeared within the wheel of samsara. These 6 figures were all different. Among them, there was one who was covered completely in blood. Their body was broken and torn and they revealed blood-stained bones in several places, as if they had crawled up from the depths of hell. There was one that had a fierce expression with 3 heads and 6 arms, the arms carrying a vicious halberd, large axe, copper hammer, iron needle, and other such cruel instruments of destruction and torture. There was even one whose body shined with a golden light and had a great golden circle floating behind them, just like a living Buddha. These 6 figures came from the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, the path of beasts, the path of Asura, the path of humanity, and the path of heaven. These were the 6 paths of samsara. As these 6 figures appeared, they all hurtled towards Frost Dream. Frost Dream's appearance was calm and unperturbed. Her hand stroked the zither and her fingers nimbly plucked at the strings. All sorts of incomparably marvelous and gorgeous sounds came into existence. These sounds gathered around Frost Dream, transforming into an extremely beautiful drawing. This was a lush, verdant forest. Snow-capped mountains appeared in the distance. It was the beginning of spring, and with the melting of snow and ice, streams of bubbling water flowed down into springs. At this time it was already night. A round full moon hung high in the skies, sprinkling the world with a cold and alluring moonlight, wrapping the universe in strands of mercurial silver. This beautiful scene was mesmerizing to the eyes, leaving one besotted. It was unimaginable that such a beautiful scene could be used to kill others. This is the immortal melody Pure Land. Someone cried out from off the arena stage. In the mortal world, there were extremely skilled zither musicians who could use their songs to express the complex feelings and scenery of stories. They could use their music to depict beautiful images, making others feel fully immersed. But in the world of martial arts, a musician with a deep cultivation could truly possess the ability to transform that zither song into the most beautiful scenery. No longer was the imagination of the audience required. Rather, this scene clearly appeared. The zither music formed a domain, manifesting all the emotions and beauty of that song. This was the immortal melody Pure Lands. It's not that simple. This isn't just the immortal melody Pure Lands. Rather, Frost Dream has used the divine dream space and superimposed that with the immortal melody Pure Lands, creating a whole new domain, a domain that has a might which far surpasses the original divine dream space. This is a truly terrifying domain. Now, what Frost Dream is playing is not the sounds of the zither but sounds of the Tao. Among the spectators, there were many extremely experienced old masters. An old man sighed with emotion. The Divine Dream Domain was originally a Dreamland domain skill, except that it was able to substantialize those dreams into reality. As for the immortal melody Pure Lands, it was also the same. It was able to substantialize illusions. With both complementing each other, once combined, their strength was hard to imagine. Of course, wanting to fully fuse them together was extremely difficult. Unless one was extremely gifted, it was impossible to combine domain skills. Chapter 1320, The Final Pass. Chapter 1320, The Final Pass. For Frost Dream to possess such talent was simply unbelievable. The hundreds of millions of people present had no idea how Frost Dream was so powerful. If a normal extreme genius was born in Divine Dream Heavenly Palace and was personally guided by Empyrean Divine Dream, they still wouldn't be able to grow to such a degree. Frost Dream was far too mysterious. No one knew just what secrets she was relying on to grow. Standing deep within the immortal melody Pure Lands, Frost Dream seemed as if she was in a completely different space and time. Even though she was standing there, it was like she was separated by the vast river of time, simply unable to be touched. When Hankai's 6 phantoms broke into the immortal melody Pure Lands, water splashed into the skies. The phantoms from the 3 evil paths, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts, were all purified by these waters, their bodies instantly vanishing into nothing. As for the Azura phantom that was neither good nor evil, it completely paused. Its once wild eyes lost all their light. The phantoms of the path of heaven and path of mortals still rushed towards Frost Dream. As for Frost Dream, she simply switched her tune and a completely different sound emerged, turning into a brutal Buddha-slaying song, filled with murderous intent that rushed forth, splitting apart the earth and heaven. A terrifying killing intent filled this music, as wild and crazy as a rabid wolf. Even though the spectating young elites were dozens of miles away, in the face of this murder-filled sound, all of them found it hard to withstand this pressure. It was like their bodies could collapse and their organs break apart at any moment. After the phantom from the path of mortals entered the immortal melody Pure Lands, it emitted a sound like shattering glass as it was forcefully shattered by that savage dirt. As for the phantom from the path of heaven, it was clearly much stronger. It forcefully resisted that tremendous killing intent and shot towards Frost Dream. Frost Dream's expression was indifferent. As the phantom from the path of heaven rushed at Frost Dream, her hand swiped across the strings. Then, 18 strings shot out, and with a popping sound the phantom was pierced through 18 times. It emitted a painful growl before disintegrating with a loud explosion. Like this, the 6 phantoms were all killed off by Frost Dream. The entire process appeared easy and simple, as if there hadn't been any difficulties at all. Moreover, when this was accompanied by the beautiful picturesque scene of the immortal melody Pure Lands, it was like Frost Dream wasn't killing these phantoms, but purifying evil. As all of this was done, Frost Dream's expression was calm. She still quietly played her zither as before. All of her energy was placed into playing her zither, as if nothing around her was able to influence her. She had played 2/3 of the Dream Soul immortal melody. After the final third, the song would be completed. Frost Dream said that as long as the Dream Soul immortal melody was completed, Han Kai would absolutely be defeated. Many people in the audience wanted to know just what would happen once the Dream Soul Immortal Melody reached its end. Does Han Kai have some other method to stop the Dream Soul Immortal Melody? Many people looked at Han Kai, waiting to see if he had another final last resort. He shouldn't. During Han Kai's battle with Lin Ming, he also used the Lotus Heart Body. At that time, he could be described as going all out against Lin Ming. Now, he even used the 6 Paths of Samsara, a technique that is unique to the Lotus Heart Body. I fear that even if Han Kai uses another move, he still won't be Frost Dream's match. I want to know just what will happen when the Dream Soul Immortal Melody is finished. Frost Dream said that once the Dream Soul Immortal Melody was over, Han Kai would definitely be defeated. It had to be said that when the Dream Soul Immortal Melody wasn't filled with a Buddha-slaying killing intent, it was extremely pleasant to listen to, just like blissful sounds from heaven. Moreover, the immortal melody Pure Lands that were created were as beautiful as a poem. Just looking at it was intoxicating to the senses. Everyone wanted to experience the complete immortal melody Pure Lands. However, Han Kai might not be able to persist until the Dream Soul Immortal Melody ended. 1,000 feet away, Han Kai's complexion was pale. In a situation where he used the Lotus Heart Body along with downfall of the 6 Paths, that created a tremendous pressure on him. After watching with his own eyes as Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody began percolating with its final crescendo of killing intent, Han Kai smiled, "I admit defeat." These words were not loud, but they spread through the entire audience. The audience, although they had long expected this result, were still somewhat disappointed as they listened to Han Kai to not be able to listen to the complete Dream Soul Immortal Melody and see just what phenomenon would occur at the end was truly regrettable. Frost Dream is too terrifying. Han Kai actually couldn't persist until Frost Dream finished the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Frost Dream's strength has already far surpassed those of her generation by an unbelievable degree. I really have no idea how she managed to cultivate to this state. I hear she is only 35 years old. 35 years. Compared to the 100 million years of life that an Empyrean lived, that was a time span unworthy of mentioning. If it were converted to mortal terms, that wouldn't even be a baby that was an hour old. Her future was limitless. In the contestant area, Jun Blue Moon quietly looked at Frost Dream, deep in thought. When he and Frost Dream fought, he had also been defeated. At this time, an old voice sounded out in Jun Blue Moon's mind. "Blue Moon, Frost Dream is no mortal. I fear that within the younger generation, there is no one that possesses the ability to defeat her. You do not need to think about it too much. Work hard and surpass Lin Ming and Han Kai, that is the orthodox path. Those two are people you should still be able to overtake. As for Xiao Moxian, she will be extremely difficult to overcome. She is someone who is loved by destiny and her talent has also reached an incredibly high degree. Even that Dragon Fang isn't someone you can underestimate. He may have lost to you this time, but that is because he has comprehended the 3 lives pupils far too recently and is only able to open the state of all existence to void. Given enough time, even he may surpass you." This old man apparently understood a great deal about every situation. He even knew about the 3 lives pupils. "I understand, old sword." Jun Blue Moon nodded. For him to refer to someone as old sword, it was clearly the artifact spirit in his divine sword. Like this, the Divine Realm first martial meeting had basically ended. There was only a single match left in the tournament, that was Frost Dream against Lin Ming. However, most of the audience didn't care for this match. After all, to them this was nothing more than a passing match for formality's sake, not to mention that Lin Ming might not even wake up. Of course, there were also many people hoping that this match could be fought for several moves. These people were Frost Dream's diehard fans. They were willing to watch all of Frost Dream's matches, even if it was a match against Lin Ming that held no suspense at all. After Frost Dream defeated Han Kai, her fame had finally reached its peak. Her mysteriousness, her holiness, her beauty, as well as her formidable strength, all of that together caused the countless young elites to go berserk for her. Of course, all of these young disciples, no matter what background they came from, could only secretly yearn for and admire Frost Dream from afar. No one was truly stupid enough to imagine they could one day obtain her favor. Frost Dream was an untouchable goddess in their hearts. They were all well aware that even if they were 10 times stronger or their background was 10 times deeper, it would still be impossible to match up to Frost Dream. The difference was simply too great. Big sister Frost Dream, have you seen? They're going crazy outside. In the resting room of vast universe Empyrean Palace, Xiao Moxian spoke with exaggerated gestures. The first martial meeting finals had ended, but people still hadn't left vast universe world, in particular Frost Dream's fanatical fans. They gathered around the resting area hoping to see her beauty once more. Frost Dream only gently smiled. Towards all of these fans that were rabidly chasing after her, she had no feeling at all. She suddenly asked Xiao Moxian, "Little sister, how is Lin Ming doing?" Lin Ming? Xiao Moxian was startled. She had no idea why Frost Dream suddenly cared about Lin Ming so much. "I'm not too sure. He seems to be heavily wounded, he still hasn't woken up in the time enchantment." "Big sister, how come you're worried about him so much?" "No reason." Frost Dream lightly shook her head. The reason she asked about Lin Ming was only because her master Divine Dream had said to her that she must fight Lin Ming during this first martial meeting. And at this time, within the time enchantment, Lin Ming had already reached the final stage of his training. He had stayed here for 500 days, nearly a year and a half in total. When Lin Ming entered the time enchantment, he was under 32 years of age. Now that a year and a half had passed, he was 33 years old. Whether it was an unintentional coincidence or the hand of fate at work, the age of 33 years just happened to match with the number of the 33 layered heavens. 1 year for 1 layered heavens. Let's begin. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He had now completed all of his preparations. The only step remaining was the final pass. Within his mind, he had already deduced the divine seal art again and again. He was revolving all of his energy according to the divine seal art. The sphere of energy within his body formed from his true essence and world power began to rapidly inflate. Heretical God Tree. Who? The phantom of the heretical God Tree appeared within Ming's inner world. The power of thunder and fire flashed atop the crown of the tree. Thunder, heavenly tribulation; fire, heavenly tribulation. Lin Ming had used 2 types of heavenly tribulation at once, plunging them both into that sphere of energy. The power of thunder and fire were the wildest 2 of the 5 elements. Moreover, this was thunder heavenly tribulation and fire heavenly tribulation. The sphere of energy was already extremely unstable. With the massive amount of energy contained within, if Lin Ming couldn't control it, then his inner world would be instantly destroyed. At that time, his fate could be imagined. But now, Lin Ming still wasn't satisfied with the amount of energy before that explosion occurred. He even added thunder and fire heavenly tribulation to the mix. Without a doubt, the explosion would be even fiercer. But, Lin Ming had seen the formation of a black hole, and he knew that the more energy and matter contained within that star before it erupted, the more violent the explosion would be. But at the same time, after that explosion, the gravitational suction force of the black hole that formed would be even more terrifying. A black hole could swallow even a sun. After the power of thunder and fire was absorbed by that sphere of energy, it became increasingly unstable, as if it were about to go crazy and explode at any moment. Still not enough. Lin Ming's eyes sharpened. All of his muscles were pulled tight and great drops of sweat were running down his forehead. At this stage, even the smallest error would bring him beyond redemption. The divine seal art was a cultivation method created by Empyrean Divine Seal, so how could it be easy? If even someone with Lin Ming's talent was having so much trouble, then anyone else that attempted this would simply be committing suicide. The energy became increasingly brutal. The sphere of energy was about to lose control at any moment. 3 essences as one. In one breath, Lin Ming poured his astral essence and spirit essence into his inner world. 3 energies gathered as one, barely neutralizing the rampant energy and forming a delicate balance. This was already the final stage, and this balance would only persist for a few breaths of time. But to Lin Ming, this was more than enough. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining like stars burning in the deep dark night. Bloom in full, beautiful flower. Chapter 1321, Cultivation Great Success. Chapter 1321, Cultivation Great Success. As Lin Ming was thinking this, he released complete control of the energy sphere, allowing it to erupt. For a time, Lin Ming's dark inner world was filled with an endlessly dazzling brilliance, like countless golden divine swords tearing apart all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A terrifying energy rolled out like turbulent waves, rushing towards the edges of Lin Ming's inner world. For a time, Lin Ming's inner world was forced to withstand an unimaginably great impact, nearly cracking in the process. Ka. Massive fragments of space were torn open. Lin Ming's inner world was brutally torn asunder by this energy, expanding outwards. An unspeakable pain spread through his body. In that moment, he felt as if he were dying. These changes were directly reflected on Lin Ming's sleeping body. His main body suddenly shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! The stone bed beneath Lin Ming collapsed, unable to withstand this power. Pieces of stone flew into the air. Within the time enchantment, the 4 young jade bunny girls were frightened. As they saw Lin Ming's face whiten, his body shake, and blood seep out of his mouth and nostrils, they were all panic-stricken. Lin Ming had originally been severely injured and had been sleeping for the last year and a half. And now, if anyone saw this, they would think he was on the verge of death. Lin Ming's situation became increasingly bad. His face had turned deep purple and now blood was streaming from his ears and eyes. The 4 jade bunny girls were scared silly. Who hurry and report this to Senior Shin Shenzi. Lin Ming is about to die, a young girl said. She nervously fumbled with a sound-transmitting talisman and lit it. Young girls of the Jade Bunny race were naturally good-hearted and gentle individuals. They had been watching over Lin Ming for the last year and a half, and now that they saw him have such an accident, they were certainly worried about him. Just as the light of the sound-transmitting talisman was extinguished, Lin Ming's body wildly shook. Because his clothes couldn't withstand the impact of his exploding inner world, they were all torn apart. These were top-grade saint artifact. But under such an impact there was no possibility for these clothes to remain intact. As Shin Shenzi heard this news, he was shocked. He resolutely reported this to Empyrean Vast Universe and raced towards the time enchantment as fast as he could. Lin Ming's current status was very special. If something were to happen to him, that would be a loss to the entire martial world. Deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, the light of a sound-transmitting talisman flashed in front of Empyrean Vast Universe. Millimeter. Lin Ming is severely wounded and vomiting blood. His life is in critical danger. Empyrean Vast Universe thought that this message would be about Lin Ming awakening, but he never imagined this would happen. Divine Dream. Empyrean Vast Universe turned to Divine Dream. Divine Dream faintly pressed her eyebrows together before saying, "Let us go and take a look." "That's all we can do." Empyrean Vast Universe nodded. Lin Ming's situation was extremely complicated. It was hard to imagine just what was happening to him. The 2 Empyreans flashed and in the next moment they had arrived in the time enchantment. They saw Lin Ming's entire body colored a deep purple with blood leaking from his head. The stone bed underneath him had completely collapsed. "Greetings, Honorable Master, and greetings, Senior Divine Dream." Shin Shenzi bowed towards Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. As for the 4 Jade Bunny girls behind him, they all cried out in alarm at these words. How could they have expected that these 2 people that suddenly appeared in front of them would be 2 legendary Empyreans? 2 Empyreans had come to personally see Lin Ming, and they even came together. The 4 young girls immediately kneeled on the ground, deeply bowing. The difference between an Empyrean and a revolving core or divine sea martial artist was even greater than the difference between an emperor and a commoner. It was reasonable for them to deeply bow like this. "What's wrong?" Empyrean Vast Universe frowned as he looked towards Shin Shenzi. Shin Shenzi said, "This disciple has just probed Lin Ming. His inner world is completely chaotic right now, and even seems as if it will collapse. This disciple is useless and does not know what is happening. Although this disciple can forcefully stop this change, I believe that would be the incorrect decision. Thus, I quickly enveloped Lin Ming in another time enchantment to delay the changes in his inner world as much as possible before Honorable Master was able to arrive. If a time enchantment could accelerate time, it could also decelerate time. Just as Empyrean Vast Universe was about to step forwards to check himself, Empyrean Divine Dream flicked a single finger and melted away Shin Shenz's time enchantment. Divine Dream. Empyrean Vast Universe was surprised. However, he also knew that Divine Dream had her own reasons for doing things. Empyrean Divine Dream shook her head, saying, "There is no need to panic. He should be fine." Millimeter. Empyrean Vast Universe was startled. He probed Lin Ming's inner world with his senses and only felt that there were some unknown changes occurring within him. His inner world had become unfathomably deep, even faintly seeming as if it would swallow his own senses. Although this attractive force was very weak on Empyrean Vast Universe, it was still enough for him to draw back his senses. This was also because Empyrean Vast Universe's divine sense was too strong. If it were a martial artist with a lower cultivation, then perhaps their divine sense really would be sucked in by this absorbing force. This inner world is. Empyrean Vast Universe was startled. Many martial artists had special bloodlines or physiques. For instance, Xiao Moxian's phoenix true form or Han Kai's reincarnated Buddha. And every so often, there would be those with strange inner worlds and souls. These variation souls and variation inner worlds weren't too rare. Empyrean Vast Universe suspected that Lin Ming was also in this sort of situation. Inner world variation? This thought instantly raced through Empyrean Vast Universe's mind. If so, then Lin Ming really was too heaven-defying. If a talent like him also had a variation inner world, how could other geniuses still live? At this time, within the samsara dreamland, Lin Ming was still meditating in that vast and boundless space of nothingness. His complexion became increasingly pale, but his halted breathing had subsided. His inner world had been swept over by a wild storm, with everything left in a chaotic mess. Besides the heretical god tree, all of the mountains and rivers and lakes and plains were all utterly destroyed. However, above this region, there was an invisible anomaly in space. As light passed near a certain point in the void, it curved, bending around it. Unless one was skilled in the space laws, it would be impossible to see this, because this point was hidden in the void, twisting all light around it. This spot was the black hole seed that Lin Ming had condensed with the divine seal art. A black hole was the most terrifying celestial body in the universe. There was almost nothing that could destroy a black hole. If a black hole fell into a sun, it would eventually swallow that sun, ultimately causing an unimaginable explosion. Lin Ming had simulated the explosion of a fire star with his true essence and then finally condensed it into a black hole seed. Although it was far from truly achieving the level of an actual black hole, as Lin Ming's cultivation rose, the total energy within that black hole seed would become higher and higher, and the traction force would become increasingly terrifying until the moment when all space and time would be sucked into it, finally evolving into an end point of all space and time. The moment that Lin Ming's black hole seed had truly formed, he seemed to have opened wide a great and mystical door before him. As this door opened, the aura of the great Tao blew towards him with indescribable glory. This aura of the great Tao had an essential difference from the baptism of the heavenly Tao laws one experienced during the crossing of Ninefall. This aura contained the concept of the 33 layered heavens and stood at almost the highest point of all laws. The aura of the endless great Tao surged into Lin Ming's inner world. Then, his inner world that was reduced to rubble and ruins by the explosion of true essence and energy began to glow with reborn vitality. The explosion of that sphere of energy had been far too terrifying. Even though Lin Ming's foundation was extremely solid, there were still all sorts of ruptured areas within his inner world. Now, all of these damaged places were being repaired by this strength. The fragmented rubble fused into the earth. New mountains rose and new rivers began to flow. An incomparably rich world power condensed, forming origin energy clouds in the skies. Because these clouds were too thick and heavy, they began to rain down with drops of origin energy. This origin energy rain gathered into the dry streams and channels as it fell, turning into fresh and wonderful currents. As the land was watered, plants began to sprout and colorful spirit flowers started to bloom. In that moment, Lin Ming's strength rapidly climbed, reaching unprecedented height. Hu! Afterwards, that vast aura swept out from Lin Ming's body, recklessly spinning around him like heavy mercury. As Empyrean Vast Universe felt this boundless aura, he was startled. This was clearly the aura of the 33-layered heaven's great Tao. Empyrean Vast Universe had obtained the remnant soul of the ancient divine seal altar's artifact spirit. It was impossible for him to misidentify this aura. The two Empyreans as well as Shinshenzi were naturally unaffected by this aura. At most, they were slightly amazed by the vast glory of it. But behind these three masters, the four young jade bunny girls that were kneeling were baptized by this aura. They fell into a trance, feeling reborn. In just several breaths of time, they had greatly benefited. They even faintly felt as if they would break through to the next boundary. This is. The four young girls flushed red. This was a tremendous lucky chance. It was no longer a question of helping them break through to the next realm, but instead caused the laws within their bodies to change on a qualitative level. This meant that in the future, their martial arts achievements would reach even further heights. They were all excited to the point of wanting to hop around, but with the presence of two Empyreans here, they stilled themselves. Shinshenzi smiled in understanding. These last 500 days have been hard on you. This can be considered payment in kind, the cause and effects of this world. Shinshenzi didn't know what happened to Lin Ming, but what he could be certain about was that Lin Ming had undoubtedly experienced a massive lucky chance. His strength had rapidly risen by leaps and bounds. This sort of lucky chance was bewildering. Just a faint aura from Lin Ming's breakthrough alone was enough to greatly benefit these four young jade bunny girls and increase their potential. Shinshenzi looked towards Empyrean Vast Universe, but Empyrean Vast Universe was actually looking at Divine Dream. He had no idea what was happening within Lin Ming. Is this because of the Divine Seal Altar? Empyrean Vast Universe always had this guess in his mind. He had refined a replica of the ancient Divine Seal Altar using a fragment of its artifact spirit, and this replica also contained the mystical charm of the concept of the 33-layered heavens. Now, it appeared that the comprehensions Lin Ming gained from mounting the Divine Seal Altar finally began to transform into true strength today. Chapter 1322, Awakening and Exiting. Chapter 1322, Awakening and Exiting. Empyrean Divine Dream gently nodded, saying, when Lin Ming climbed up the Divine Seal Altar's 33 steps, he withstood the baptism of the ancient concept of the 33-layered heavens contained within it. This baptism greatly affected him, but because the time was too short, the influence from the concept of the 33-layered heavens had to manifest. As time passed, this advantage will become increasingly obvious. Empyrean Vast Universe shook his head as he heard Divine Dream's confirmation. He said, this is the flow of destiny. I am far from being able to compare to Lin Ming. Although I have luck, I lack destiny. The result is that my work was given as a gift to this junior Lin Ming. As Empyrean Vast Universe spoke of the concept of the 33-layered heavens, he couldn't help but deeply sigh. At the start, he really had been able to obtain a fragment of the ancient Divine Seal Altar. In terms of luck, Empyrean Vast Universe was not bad at all. However, even though Empyrean Vast Universe meditated on the Divine Seal Altar fragment for many years afterwards, he was only able to touch upon the threshold of the 33-layered heavens laws, and wasn't able to transform that into his own strength. As for the Divine Seal Altar fragment, he had later taken that as a foundation to create an Empyrean spirit treasure. This harvest was not worthy of mentioning in comparison to Lin Ming. If one entered a treasure mountain and returned empty-handed, that was not because one's luck was bad but because one's destiny was lacking. Luck was only a part of destiny. Talent, will, perception, mentality, soul, all of those were equally important parts of destiny. Luck only provided opportunities. Whether one could grasp those opportunities depended on themselves. Empyrean Divine Dream slowly said, Lin Ming's destiny is truly amazing. If this was in the past, Then Lin Ming would eventually develop into a leader amongst Empyreans. And now, in this great world, Lin Ming even has the smallest of chances of surpassing the boundary of an Empyrean and becoming a true divinity. True divinity? That's too exaggerated. Empyrean Vast Universe had a great response as he heard this. Although he knew that Lin Ming possessed heaven-defying talent, the realm of true divinity was something that existed only in myths. Empyrean Vast Universe didn't even believe that someone like Xiao Moxian had the chance of becoming a true divinity in the future. Even if Empyrean Divine Dream said smallest of chances, Empyrean Vast Universe still couldn't accept this. Was becoming a true divinity really that easy? Throughout the endless epochs, how many Empyreans have failed to become a true divinity? Divine Dream, even you, someone who has achieved the peak in every aspect, aren't you also unable to take that final step into true divinity? Your praise of Lin Ming seems rather too high. Even for someone as talented as Lin Ming, I do not believe that in the past billion years, amongst the infinite lives born in the divine realm and the lower realms, there hasn't been someone similar to him. Aren't Xiao Moxian and Frost Dream also similar in comparison? Let alone the last billion years, even for the last 3 billion years there has never been a true divinity supreme being that has appeared. There have only been stories, and these stories are far too exaggerated, without any credibility at all. Empyrean Vast Universe was clearly very sensitive to the term true divinity. This was also reasonable. In the legends, it was said that those that stepped into true divinity could refine stars, crush planets, and there were even fables that said that true divinities could live as one with the world, living in everlasting immortality. The former wasn't considered much. Although the increase in strength seemed wonderful, it was still within the realm of acceptability. After all, a powerful Empyrean could already crush planets. Of course, that was only crushing planets. If they wanted to crush suns that were tens of thousands of times larger than a planet, even an Empyrean was far lacking. To chase after a stronger strength was the wish and drive of all martial artists. But what truly enticed an Empyrean was the promise that they could live in perpetuity. This attraction was simply too great to an Empyrean. When one cultivated to the realm of an Empyrean, they truly held control of a world and dominated the lives of trillions upon trillions of people. With all of these before them, how could they willingly accept the end of their own mortality and turn into dust? The path of martial arts was to struggle with the heavens. Every time one made a breakthrough, their lifespan would increase several times over. This was a tremendous lure to many martial artists, driving them to painstakingly cultivate, and also one of the greatest motivations that caused them to constantly risk their lives in the most dire of dangers. Divine Dream said, in the past, there indeed might not have been this possibility. But now, in this universe, there truly exists this hope. Not only does Lin Ming have this hope, but so does Xiao Moxian. One could even say her hopes are much greater. As Divine Dream spoke like this, Empyrean Vast Universe seemed as if he wanted to say something, but eventually didn't. Even though he was an Empyrean, he always felt that speaking in terms of the universe seemed far too remote. A true divinity, was that something that could truly be reached in this world? Empyrean Vast Universe was silent for some time before saying, according to what you say, do you happen to think that Lin Ming might be able to defeat Frost Dream? Empyrean Vast Universe also felt the mysterious and exceptional presence around Frost Dream. To every heroic young elite, defeating Frost Dream was a near impossibility. Divine Dream slowly said, Frost Dream surpasses the younger generation by far too much. To compare Lin Ming to Frost Dream is unfair to begin with. She only spoke to hear before not speaking again. Frost Dream was personally raised by Divine Dream. As for what Frost Dream's limits were, only Divine Dream would know. Frost Dream had already surpassed the concept of young elites. At this time, on the ruined stone bed, Lin Ming violently coughed. Every cough was followed by fresh blood. Divine Dream glanced at Lin Ming and flicked a finger, tossing out a crystalline pill. This pill was glittering and transparent, exuding a cold air that made it seem as if it were carved from ice. The pill slowly flew in front of the 4 young Jade Bunny girls. Without any emotion in her voice, Divine Dream said, feed this pill to Lin Ming. Tell him that 2 hours from now, his match with Frost Dream will officially begin. Remember, He only has 2 hours. As Divine Dream spoke, she floated away. Empyrean Vast Universe also stepped forwards and disappeared. At this time, Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. The first image to enter his eyes was those 4 curious jade bunny girls. During his 500 days of sleep, Lin Ming had a hazy understanding of what was happening outside. He hadn't fallen into the 100 cycles of samsara without being able to extract himself. Although Lin Ming hadn't been able to compare with Han Kai, the difference hadn't been too great. He had the ability to resist the wheel of samsara, and although he had fallen unconscious, the truth was that he had voluntarily allowed himself to fall into such a state. Thus, Lin Ming knew that these 4 young girls had looked after him for these past 500 days. "Thank you," Lin Ming softly said. Young girls of the Jade Bunny race were docile and gentle, with a timid personality. As Lin Ming spoke to them, they were a bit nervous. What sort of character was Lin Ming? The difference between them was like the heavens and earth. They simply weren't able to accept this. "Thanks. Senior apprentice brother Lin, please don't say that, you will scare us to death." A young Jade Bunny girl said, flustered, Yes, that's right, Senior Divine Dream left you a message just now. You need to swallow this pill and, 2 hours from now, you must go to the arena stage and fight with Senior Apprentice Sister Frost Dream." Fight with Frost Dream. Lin Ming rubbed his forehead. During that long dream, he felt as if he had lived a lifetime of tens of thousands of years. As he recalled it, even the first martial meeting seemed a bit distant in his mind. Millimeter, that's right. I still haven't fought with Frost Dream yet. Lin Ming clenched his fists together. He could feel that his own fists were wet with his sweat and blood, sticky and viscous. He could also feel that he had never been as strong as he was now. When Lin Ming woke up, a considerable amount of time had already passed since the conclusion of Frost Dream and Han Kai's battle. Over 90% of the audience was still there, not yet having left Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. However, just under 10% of the audience had begun to leave, either having ridden their spirit ships or were preparing to leave Vast Universe World. And at this time, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace sent out news of Frost Dream's upcoming match. What? Frost Dream is coming on stage to compete once more? On a spirit ship that had taken off, some people heard this message passed down from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace. That's too great. Let's return and watch the match before we leave. Many of Frost Dream's fans were crazily excited as they heard that Frost Dream was about to come back on stage. After Frost Dream and Han Kai's battle, she had entered the palace and had yet to emerge. This left many of her fans that were crowding around the contestant palaces disappointed. But now that they learned they had the chance to see her again, they were definitely delighted. "Who is she fighting?" a middle-aged man lazily asked. He was the elder leading these young disciples. "She's fighting against Lin Ming," the young elite from before said. "Lin Ming. He's finally woken up. I heard that he's been in a deep sleep for over a year. If he wakes up now, then it won't be easy," the middle-aged man said, a joking tone in his voice. No one doubted Lin Ming's talent. But in joining the first martial meeting, he had damaged his soul because he was trying to show off. He had been unconscious for over a year now and almost didn't wake up. This caused everyone to feel that it was quite funny. If one were to describe this behavior in a pleasant manner, then they would say he didn't fear the strong and never gave up. If one were to describe this behavior in a coarse manner, then that would be forced to the edge by their own behavior and lacking in foresight. He had nearly died in a martial arts contest. Was there any genius so stupid? Luckily he hadn't died, otherwise that would really have been the greatest joke of all. Although Lin Ming had woken up, many people guessed that there were still some hidden wounds left over. Even with all the precious soul recovery medicines available at an Empyrean Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming had still slept for over a year. How could his soul wounds be light? He's just an impulsive little baby boy, and he also just started recovering from a severe injury. I think that Frost Dream should fight with someone from the older generation instead. If that happened, that might be worth watching. Han Kai was much stronger than Lin Ming, but he had still lost to Frost Dream. He hadn't even been able to last until the end of Frost Dream's Dream Soul Immortal Melody before admitting defeat, let alone someone like Lin Ming. Lin Ming likely wouldn't even be able to block a few moves from Frost Dream in his peak state, and he was wounded now too. In the eyes of most people present, this battle would likely end before it started. This caused many of them to lose interest in seeing this fight. As for Frost Dream's fans, they went to see her, not the fight itself. The youth laughed, saying, "In any case, I'm going to look at Frost Dream, not her match. Then again, whoever Frost Dream competes with, it will still be the same. Who can possibly defeat her? I must say that I should thank Lin Ming. If he didn't wake up on time, then we wouldn't be able to see her fight again." Chapter 1323, Frost Dream's Identity. Chapter 1323, Frost Dream's Identity. News of Lin Ming and Frost Dream's upcoming match spread like wildfire. Many heroic youths that worshipped Frost Dream immediately rushed back to the martial arena in droves, hoping to see Frost Dream's figure once more. They would be satisfied with just a glance. Most of these people were young men, very few were women or seniors. The latter people weren't in a hurry to return to the martial arena at all. They assumed that it would be a complete wreck. If a fight couldn't even last for 3 breaths of time, then there really wasn't any meaning at all. There were even some people that went to ride their spirit ships to return home. In their opinion, the first martial meeting had ended, and this last match was only going through the moves. It could even be said that this final match would ruin the overall prestige of the tournament. Han Kai's battle against Frost Dream had already been spectacular enough. After watching something like that, if they were to watch someone get immediately rolled over by Frost Dream, then that would leave a horrible aftertaste. Finally, only around a quarter of the people, around 100 million, were left in the arena. A great deal of the audience stands were empty. Lin Ming has finally awakened. Not too far from the stage, Jun Blue Moon looked at Lin Ming. He had felt it was strange and unexplainable that Lin Ming's soul had been damaged. His intuition told him that perhaps what happened to Lin Ming's soul wasn't something as simple as an injury. There was likely some secret to his soul. His aura is different. Jun Blue Moon was extremely sensitive to changes. Even if Lin Ming was hiding his strength, like a dust-laden divine spear not revealing the faintest glint of its sharp edge, Jun Blue Moon could still feel the difference in Lin Ming's body. He could even feel that Lin Ming's body was like a miniature universe, giving off a profound feeling beyond comprehension. That boy called Lin Ming is quite good. In this last year and a half, his body has truly changed. It seems he's managed to turn his misfortune into a blessing, but, against that little girl Frost Dream, anything he does is useless. From within Jun Blue Moon's mind, the voice of an old man echoed out, his words full of whimsy. "Old sword, are you sure? Of course. Who do you think that Frost Dream is? Do you think any ordinary genius can reach Frost Dream's level of strength at the late Divine Sea Realm? Is Han Kai not strong? He comes from Mount Potala, a sect with an inheritance greater than Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. In fact, you can even call it the strongest background of all. Moreover, he possesses the golden body of the reincarnated Buddha, something that appears only every several tens or even hundreds of millions of years. He has cultivated an unbreakable diamond Vajra body and even possesses the lotus heart body, the relic of Buddha. From his birth, he began training with all sorts of secret skills, and his body was washed and transformed with all sorts of precious medicines. In his 30 years of torturous cultivation, he abstained from sin and worldly desires and possesses a pure body. His temperament, his talent, his perception, there is nothing that isn't perfect. He can be considered at the peak of all geniuses, and yet against Frost Dream, he lost all the same. As the old man spoke to her, he curled his lips as if he wasn't feeling too well about something. Frost Dream is truly powerful. I am far from being comparable to her, Jun Blue Moon said. In the face of facts, he had to confess that the difference between him and Frost Dream was far too great. Humph. Don't look down on yourself so much. As the apprentice of this old man, your future accomplishments will be at least at the peak Empyrean boundary. I even hope that you can borrow this tumultuous era to attack the realm of true divinity. Although it is hard, it is not impossible. Of the first martial meeting's top 6, Only Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian just faintly surpass you in talent. As for everyone else, including even Han Kai, you don't need to fear them at all. And for Frost Dream, well, if I'm not wrong, she is simply the same as Empyrean Divine Dream. In order to surpass her boundaries, Divine Dream took the sharpest blade and forcefully sundered her divine soul in half, allowing that half to reincarnate and thus producing Frost Dream. She wants to train Frost Dream to the peak Empyrean realm, and then the two of them can fuse back together. With the deep cultivations of two peak Empyreans condensed as one, she wishes to take that momentum and break through the boundary of true divinity in a single go. That woman is truly ambitious and courageous. As Old Sword said this, Jun Bluemoon's mind shook. Millimeter? Old Sword, are you saying that Frost Dream is the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's divine soul? Highly likely. Their soul fluctuations are nearly the exact same. However, unless Divine Dream is in front of me, I cannot confirm this. I was only able to sense her aura from behind a great enchantment. My current injuries are simply too heavy. Otherwise, if I still had the strength of my heydays, I wouldn't need to fear her at all. But, if my guesses are wrong, how can Frost Dream be so strong? She is simply a replica of Divine Dream during her youth. Moreover, because she had to take far less detours, her strength should even be greater than what Divine Dream was like during the same time of her youth. As Old Sword said this, Jun Bluemoon finally recalled that there were many people who said that Frost Dream was far too similar to Empyrean Divine Dream. The same temperament, the same mystical aura that surrounded them, the same perfection, and even their same formidable strength. If Frost Dream were to stand side by side with Divine Dream, then if one ignored the difference in their cultivations, they would seem like a pair of twin sisters. So that's how it is. If Frost Dream is a young Divine Dream and even possesses all of Divine Dream's memories, then no one can compare with her. In terms of just understanding the path of martial arts and the height in laws, she has already surpassed all boundaries of logic. If she had the memories, then she would be greater than this. Old Sword shook his head. That reincarnation technique that Divine Dream used is a double-edged sword. When Frost Dream reincarnated, she had to experience the confusion of rebirth, and thus her previous memories were forgotten, like treasure deeply buried in her mind. She will have to slowly restore these memories over time. Even so, Frost Dream's strength will increase like she's cheating, all the way up in a straight line. For a junior to contend with her, that is difficult. 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 Old Man said difficult 3 times in a row. He wasn't a humble person, but even he didn't believe that his own apprentice, Jun Bluemoon, had even the slightest chance of defeating Frost Dream. At least, before Jun Bluemoon became an Empyrean. Rather, it should be said that Jun Bluemoon could only compete with her once he reached the peak Empyrean realm. Only then would he possess the ability to surpass Frost Dream. Of course, Frost Dream might even have fused back together with Divine Dream at that point, immediately stepping into the realm of true divinity. So that's how it is. It seems this battle between Lin Ming and Frost Dream wasn't fair to begin with. I can't imagine that any sort of miracle will occur. Jun Bluemoon said, regretfully. If Lin Ming and Han Kai fought again, then Lin Ming might be able to defeat Han Kai, but to defeat Frost Dream? That was far too difficult. Old Sword sneered. If breaking through to the divine transformation realm is equal to a mortal's ceremony of adulthood, then this tournament itself is nothing but a gift that Divine Dream prepared for Frost Dream for her to become an adult. Frost Dream was destined to become the leading heroine of the first martial meeting from the start, and you are only a supporting actor to make her shine even brighter. There was still an hour until the match began. For this final match, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace opened one final gambling bet. Frost Dream's victory had a compensation rate of 1.01, and Lin Ming's victory had a compensation rate of 80. This compensation rate wasn't an exaggeration. If one bet on Frost Dream, they would only earn 1% of their bettings if they were correct. This was truly a speechless and paltry rate. Moreover, there was also a limit on this gambling bet, so one couldn't raise it to an unlimited degree. But that was how things were. Nearly everyone bet on Frost Dream to win. Although they wouldn't earn much, something was better than nothing. Returning only 1%. Isn't this just the welfare of Vast Universe Heavenly Palace? It seems that they won far too much wealth during this first martial meeting. That's right. Because of Lin Ming, I already lost a great deal of violet sunstones. That fellow's fight with Xiao Moxian truly ruined many people's pocket. However, even if it's only 1% profit this time, I will still bet on Frost Dream. In the view of many people, this gamble was in truth just vast universe Heavenly Palace giving back some of the incalculable wealth they had earned. This could also be considered a tiny gift given back to the spectators at the conclusion of the first martial meeting. 1 hour 80 minutes. That seems a bit too exaggerated to me. Lin Ming traced his chin, a self-deprecating smile on his face. Before this, he had already bet a great deal that he would end up in the top 3 rankings. This time, he didn't mind having a little fun with a few more 9 Sun Jades. Lin Ming finally put down 2 9 Sun Jades on his own victory. Even he didn't have full faith he could defeat Frost Dream. 2 9 Sun Jades was enough for a lucky bet. If he lost, then he lost, it wouldn't be much at all. The full 2 hours soon passed. Lin Ming stood on the arena stage, his breath steady, his hands gently caressing the phoenix blood spear, and his mind as calm as a placid lake. Not too far away from him stood Frost Dream. She was only casually standing there, but her entire body seemed wreathed in a cold smoke. Her temperament was ethereal and otherworldly, beautiful without flaw. She was like a lotus of ice floating in the fog. Just looking at her, one could feel a cold energy rush towards them. Lin Ming, you can do it. That's right. Lin Ming, you've got to try your best. Try and continue for at least 3 moves. If you lost immediately, then that would be too boring. Many of Frost Dream's fans were shouting out words of encouragement towards Lin Ming. They hoped that Lin Ming could fight longer so they could see Frost Dream more. Lin Ming ignored all of these cheers. He only lightly bowed to Frost Dream in accordance with the conventions of the Divine Realm first martial meeting. Then, he raised his spear. Frost Dream's expression was serene. Beneath her feet, countless ice crystals gathered together, forming an illusory ice lotus. This ice lotus slowly revolved. As Lin Ming looked at this ice lotus, he felt as if his thoughts were being sucked into its gentle spinning. This ice lotus was personally created by Empyrean Divine Dream, ruling spirit art. As vast cosmos announced the start of the match, the ice lotus beneath Frost Dream's feet instantly scattered. Every petal was composed of 7 ice crystals, each as thin as a cicada's wing. However, they shined with a cold light, overflowing with a thick killing intent. This was Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's battle spirit technique. By manipulating objects with one's battle spirit, one could attack from afar with weapons. Whoosh! Countless ice lotus crystals joined together in the air, forming 3 divine swords that chopped towards Lin Ming. Although this was only a casual attack from Frost Dream, it contained a terrifying might. It was weaker than Hankai's Wheel of Samsara, but it wasn't that much worse. It wasn't easy to defend against at all. Everyone thought that Lin Ming would begin to summon the phantom of the heretical god tree or would use heavenly Dao judgment. Only like that would he be able to suppress Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. But at this time, Lin Ming simply took a step backwards as a brilliant flame lit up on the phoenix blood spear. Fire laws. No one thought that Lin Ming would use just his fire laws alone to resist Frost Dream's ruling spirit art. That was too brazen a move. At the moment the ice crystal swords arrived, Lin Ming thrust out his spear. The first 5 levels of the fire laws completely fused together. This attack even contained a hint of yang flames. The 6th level concept of the fire laws, yang flames. Even if Lin Ming had barely traced upon this threshold and was still incomparably far from truly stepping into it, this still allowed the might of his strike to reach near infinite proportion. Bang! With an explosive sound, the spear light exploded. But Frost Dream's ice crystal swords were also destroyed. He blocked it. The audience was incredibly astonished. It wasn't strange for Lin Ming to block those ice crystal swords, but what was amazing was that he had done this by just relying on just the fire laws. If I'm not wrong, then Lin Ming's fire laws have touched upon the 6th level concept. How is this possible? Chapter 1324, Two Unrivaled Geniuses. Chapter 1324, Two Unrivaled Geniuses. When Lin Ming fought with the Monster Prince and Dragon Fang, his fire laws had reached large success of the 5th level concept. In terms of laws, Lin Ming was inferior to Dragon Fang. In fact, if it weren't for the existence of the heretical god tree, his laws would be even worse than the Monster Prince's. After all, what he comprehended were the strong space and time laws. Now, after just several days of time and a deep slumber of a year and a half, Lin Ming's laws had reached perfection of the 5th level, and he had also traced upon the threshold of the 6th level laws. This was a simply inconceivable accomplishment. Moreover, he had been sleeping within a time enchantment where the laws were all in chaos. In this situation, how could he even comprehend the laws? The large success of the 5th level concept was only a single step away from reaching perfection. There were countless divine lord powerhouses who had failed to cross this step in their lifetimes. What happened to Lin Ming? Was he hiding his strength before? He lost to Han Kai so miserably, so how could he possibly have hidden his strength? He must have rapidly improved in this short period of time. That's impossible. His soul was injured before this, and he had even fallen into a deep slumber, so how could he still cultivate? Many people found this hard to believe. Lin Ming's talent had already aroused the envy of many heroic young elites. When Lin Ming had fought Han Kai, many of these people believed that he was trying to show off. Thus he received a deep injury which caused him to sleep for a year and a half and even possibly left behind hidden wounds. Because Lin Ming did something too stupid, these envious young elites all looked at him in a joking light. After a year and a half, Lin Ming appeared on the arena stage, and he had even made a breakthrough in the laws. How could any of those who envied him accept this? Someone suddenly said, Lin Ming's laws might have been close to reaching perfection in the 5th level to begin with. With so many top-tier geniuses in the first martial meeting, his comprehension of laws was among the most disappointing. Now that he finally managed to catch up to everyone else, this isn't strange at all. Although these words were said with a sour taste, the facts were laid before them all. Lin Ming had indeed been weak in the aspect of laws, but now his laws were comparable to Dragon Fang's. Just wait and see. His laws have improved, but it won't change the result of this battle. Lin Ming's disparity with Frost Dream is too great. Let alone perfection of the 5th level laws, even if he reached perfection of the 6th level laws, he still wouldn't be able to make up for their difference. Besides a few Empyreans of the highest levels, no one else knew of Frost Dream's identity. But of those people that came to watch the first martial meeting, there were always those old fellows with an immeasurably deep vision and judgment. Although they didn't know that Frost Dream was the reincarnated half of Divine Dream's primordial spirit, they could confirm that Frost Dream had some unique secret. She was an invincible enigma. In this battle, no one believed in Lin Ming. Even Jun Bluemoon's master Old Sword, Vast Universe, or even Lin Ming himself, didn't have full faith that he could win. On the arena stage, Frost Dream's eyes flashed with slight surprise. Although she knew that Lin Ming's recent deep sleep was not as simple as it seemed, she never imagined that his strength would suddenly rise to such a degree. You have been cultivating for this last year and a half. An ephemeral true essence sound transmission spread to Lin Ming's ears, like a clarion hosanna sung from an immortal paradise. Yes. Lin Ming confidently replied. Cultivating in a 1:100 time flow time enchantment. Frost Dream was thoughtful for a moment. If one cultivated in a time enchantment, there wouldn't be a problem if they gathered true essence to make a breakthrough. However, there would be distortions in the laws they comprehended. This was the difference from cultivating outside. Moreover, one's age would increase all the same within the time enchantment, and the person would use up their life. Unless there was a unique circumstance, geniuses would not cultivate in a time enchantment. Junior apprentice Brother Lin is truly special. Allow me to experience the achievements of your cultivation, Frost Dream said. Then, she lifted her hand. From her palm, a rippling wave surged out, changing the world. Countless ice lotuses seemed to bloom all around Frost Dream. The arena vanished. Lin Ming and Frost Dream arrived above a beautiful paradise. This was the Divine Dream space. After her first probing move, Frost Dream displayed her signature domain, the divine dream space. Within the divine dream space, who could fight with her? Within this space, Frost Dream held absolute control. Frost Dream is finally being serious. Everyone looked at Lin Ming. They didn't think Frost Dream would use this move so early but would hold back for the first several moves against Lin Ming. But now, after just a single probing attack, Frost Dream had released the divine dream space. Perhaps this even signaled that the match would end soon. This is the divine dream space. I see, so the feeling of standing within the divine dream space is like this. Although Lin Ming had seen the divine dream space in action before, this was his first time experiencing it himself. After standing in the divine dream space, Lin Ming felt illusions grow thick in his mind. With just the slightest thought, what he feared the most or what he longed for the most could appear at any moment. If a sexual deviant were to stand here, they would fall into an incomparably romantic dream, unable to ever escape. If a miser were to stand here, they would see endless mountains of treasure, all of it belonging to them. If a person with an unsteady will was to face Frost Dream here, Frost Dream wouldn't even need to form anything in the divine dream space, they would simply be directly defeated. Roar, roar, roar. With a loud growling roar, that empty dreamland energy condensed together, forming into nightmare beasts within the divine dream space that barreled towards Lin Ming. At the same time, Frost Dream gathered her hands together, forming a purple cage around Lin Ming that completely trapped him within. This cage was also formed from divine dream energy. It would not be torn apart easily. Frost Dream caged Lin Ming in with divine dream energy so that he wouldn't be able to dodge the attack of these nightmare beasts. These nightmare beasts were incomparably fierce. Even someone on the level of Ramsaber would have trouble dealing with several of these nightmare beasts, much less dozens of them. Facing this attack of the divine dream space, Lin Ming poured all of his energy into his inner world. At that moment, an enchanting blood-red lotus slowly bloomed behind him. This was the Prime Emperor Lotus Flower. The Prime Emperor Lotus Flower released the vast and boundless breath of the great Tao that recklessly struck the divine dream space. In that instant, for a radius of 100 feet around Lin Ming, all of those blooming ice lotuses rapidly shattered, turning into countless shards. Even the cage around Lin Ming wildly trembled as if it would break apart at any moment. With his strength, Lin Ming had shoved open a space within the divine dream space. Puff, puff, puff. Dozens of nightmare beasts broke into the Grand Mist space. Within the domain of the all-annihilating Grand Mist laws, they began to rapidly weaken. Some smaller nightmare beasts even let out miserable cries. Nightmare beasts were strong, and even Lin Ming would find it hard to deal with dozens of them. But, as long as these nightmare beasts left the divine dream space and entered the Grand Mist space, they were weakened to a near negligible level to Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming took a step forwards. The Phoenix Blood Spear in his hands swept out. In that moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear was like a red dragon wildly raging around. Spear light shot out, and with several popping sounds, dozens of nightmare beasts were all killed by Lin Ming, their blood splashing all around. After killing all of these nightmare beasts, Lin Ming's long spear returned. Kyla. The divine dream energy cage around Lin Ming was also torn apart by him. The Grand Mist space constantly radiated outwards, forcibly pushing away all of the divine dream laws within 100 feet of him. Although this was only a radius of 100 feet, this was still amazing enough. The audience was shocked as they saw this. With his own domain, Lin Ming had stiffly opened up his own dominion within the divine dream space. From start until end, the divine dream space had been the top domain of the first martial meeting. No one had been able to contend with it, not even Han Kai. Now, Lin Ming was using the Grand Mist space to resist the divine dream space. Although the Grand Mist space was clearly suppressed, this was still an exceedingly rare event. At least before now, this situation had never appeared. How is this happening? Why did Lin Ming's strength increase so much? At this time, no one thought that the reason Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle had reached this stage was because of his luck. Perhaps his strength truly had rapidly risen. Wasn't he unconscious in a deep sleep? Who was the one who said his soul was injured? If his soul was injured, causing him to fall unconscious for a year and a half, how could his strength have grown so much? When Lin Ming was wounded and in a deep sleep, many people had laughed at him and called him a fool who only knew how to show off and didn't know just how deep he could go. But now, everything indicated that what happened to Lin Ming wasn't some simple soul wound. Rather, he had experienced some unimaginable transformation. He might have even experienced a sudden enlightenment or made a breakthrough. Those people that called Lin Ming a fool were the ones who felt like fools now. And in the honored seating section, some Holy Lord and World King level old men had already realized that a change had occurred within Lin Ming's body. From the moment he appeared, his aura had been different. This Lin Ming isn't simple at all. There were some people before this who said that if it weren't for Frost Dream, his talent would only be inferior to Xiao Moxian's and even comparable to Han Kai's. But now it seems that they all underestimated him. Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian, those are truly the two unrivaled geniuses of this generation. Yes, but what a pity. Frost Dream is simply too strong. She may have displayed the divine dream space, but this isn't her true strength. Frost Dream isn't someone that you can apply common sense to. Even if Lin Ming displayed an even greater strength, it would be nothing but an illusion in front of Frost Dream. On the arena stage, Frost Dream looked towards Lin Ming. No matter how much she pushed the divine dream space, she was only able to suppress Lin Ming's grand mist space. She wasn't able to fully crush it. Frost Dream slowly raised her right hand. Beneath her, more and more ice lotuses condensed, blooming in full glory. They spread out, covering the entire arena stage with endless flowers of ice, just like some fantastical dream. These ice lotuses were difficult to destroy and even slowly permeated Lin Ming's grand mist space. Lin Ming's eyebrows show up. He could feel that in this instant, Frost Dream's aura had risen once again. She was truly worthy of being called the #1 genius amongst the junior generation. She was an unfathomable existence. In that moment, mystical dreamland energy gathered in front of Frost Dream, condensing together into a thick tome. As she gently opened this tome, Frost Dream clearly said, "Dream interpretation scripture." Dreams represented a person's desires. The power of divine dream was in truth a type of the power of faith. When the power of faith of all living beings came together, this power would be terrifying. Chapter 1325, Dream Interpretation Scripture. Chapter 1325, Dream Interpretation Scripture. In that instant, an incomparably powerful strength of the divine dream law enveloped Frost Dream. Divine dream marks flew out from her body, spinning around, wildly dancing in the air. Frost Dream floated in the skies, the dream interpretation scripture in her hands. An unbelievable strength wildly surged outwards, flooding the entire martial field. Many of the spectators couldn't help but be affected by this strength. The older masters were somewhat better off. With their deep cultivation, the effects weren't too great on them. But for those juniors with weaker cultivations, as they heard the sounds of the dream interpretation scripture, all of them developed infinite admiration and trust towards Frost Dream in their hearts. At this moment, to them, Frost Dream seemed like a true god living in the world. Many of those young elites at the early Divine Sea realm and below fell to their knees, lying prostrate in worship towards Frost Dream. Those that were able to step foot in this arena were mostly geniuses from World King level holy lands. But when facing Frost Dream's dream interpretation scripture, they had no strength to resist at all. In their hearts, deep within their spiritual sea, there was a thread that was resonating with Frost Dream. This power of their thoughts emerged from their bodies, gathering towards Frost Dream. This was the power of hope and also the power of faith. When people believed in an existence without reservation, they would devote their power of faith to it. Even a mortal's power of faith could not be underestimated. Several mortals gathered together naturally weren't worthy of mentioning, but with trillions of mortals gathered together, their collective power of faith was no less than that of a holy lord or world king. Many people were willing to bow and worship Frost Dream, offering their own faith power to her. Endless amounts of faith power began to gather towards Frost Dream. This faith power came not just from the heroic young elites present, but also from the countless lives from different planes and worlds, all of them drawn in and catering to Frost Dream's voice. Dreams are your thoughts. What you experience in your dreams is something that you will never forget in your life. Dreams are your desires. What you experience in your dreams is the bitter outcomes you chased in your previous incarnations. At this time, on this day, I shall borrow this power of faith from all living beings. And on the day that I step into the realm of God, then I shall interpret your dream for you. As Frost Dream spoke, all of the power of faith gathered completely into her hands. At this moment, many of the holy lords and world kings present paled. Frost Dream was actually using the dreamland laws to gather the power of faith from all living beings, all of them willing to worship at her feet and devote their life's energies to her. For a single person to command the devotion of all beings, just how terrifying an ability was this? Frost Dream was at the late Divine Sea Realm, and she was able to affect all young elites at the early Divine Sea Realm and below. Then, what about Divine Dream? She was a peak Empyrean. Did that mean that all powerhouses at an early Empyrean cultivation and below would be affected by her? In other words, everyone present here would come under Divine Dream's influence. This caused all of them to fear Empyrean Divine Dream even more. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace is too terrifying. What is terrifying is the Divine Dream Law, a law just like an enigma. This law is the sole possession of Empyrean Divine Dream. With just what has been revealed so far about the Divine Dream Law, we've seen the Divine Dream Space, the Dream Interpretation Scripture, and the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, 3 incomparably powerful abilities. No one here ever knew that such techniques could exist. Divine Dream Heavenly Palace was incomparably mysterious, with an unfathomable background. No just that, but there were very few disciples within Divine Dream Heavenly Palace, and they were often hidden in their own worlds. At this first martial meeting, there were many world king powerhouses who were experiencing the Divine Dream Law for the first time. A tremendous power of faith gathered together into a phantom in front of Frost Dream. This phantom had faintly similar features to Frost Dream, exuding a holy aura from all over, just like a profound immortal goddess from the highest heavens, looking down at the world with contempt. This was a spiritual god formed from the power of hope from all living creatures, condensed from their very thought. Ka. As this spiritual god of thoughts and faith stepped forwards, Lin Ming felt his grand mist space violently tremble. Cracks began to appear within the grand mist space, rapidly spreading outwards. The grand mist space would soon break apart. At this time, the grand mist space was not just suppressed, but disintegrating. Lin Ming was using the incomplete primordious martial intent to resist the complete Divine Dream Law. He was finding it difficult to resist. Bang! This spiritual god stepped into the grand mist space, creating a crack in the dome of the grand mist space. Lin Ming's body shook as he was forced backwards, his face wan. This is a spiritual god formed from the power of thoughts. It carries with it a terrifying will. Ordinary laws and domains simply cannot resist the force of it. Yes, and Frost Dream hasn't even used the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. When she fought Han Kai, she hadn't completed the Dream Soul Melody. If she can play it to completion, it should be far more terrifying than the Dream Interpretation Scripture. Frost Dream's methods are endless. She is simply invincible. There is no junior that can hope to compare with her. The only difference among them is who can last longer before capitulating. Many masters present didn't understand the Divine Dream Law. But, when Frost Dream had truly used the Divine Dream Law, they were all able to see just how powerful it was. Han Kai pressed his palms together, sighing deeply with emotion. Their Buddhist faith had countless followers, and a Buddhist Empyrean could also gather the power of faith from all living creatures, displaying a truly heaven-shaking force. But, those in the Buddhist faith that could do this were all Empyreans. An ordinary Divine Sea or Divine Transformation powerhouse could at most add the power of faith to their techniques. The combat strength they could display with this was extremely limited. It was far from being able to compare with someone like Frost Dream. It was unimaginable that she could reach this boundary at just the late Divine Sea realm. The spiritual god formed from faith power took another step forwards. More and more cracks appeared in the grand mist space. It had reached its limit. In that moment, Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear and poured all of his energy into his inner world. Within his inner world, The energy spun around the black hole seed, forming a nebulous vortex of stars. All sorts of mystical runes flowed out, attaching to this vortex. In an instant, Lin Ming formed thousands of seals. These seals spread through all space in an area of 10 miles. Divine seal art, God-forbidding seal. With a loud shout from Lin Ming, all of those divine seals flew towards that spiritual faith god. Lin Ming actually wanted to use his own strength to seal away the spiritual faith god. However, just what sort of existence was a spiritual god formed from the power of faith? This was the power of faith that Frost Dream gathered from all living beings in numerous planes and worlds. By creating this spiritual god with the divine dream law and her own supreme cultivation, how could it be sealed away so easily? As for those divine seals that Lin Ming shot out, all of them seemed dim without any terrifying fluctuations of energy at all. In fact, they looked rather plain and common. Right now, no one believed that Lin Ming's God-forbidding seals would be able to do anything to that spiritual faith god. This included Frost Dream herself, Hang Kai, Jun Blue Moon, and even Old Sword. Bang! The spiritual faith god took a third step, thoroughly stepping into Lin Ming's Grand Mist space. At this time, Lin Ming had already severed contact with the Grand Mist space to prevent a backlash injuring him. And at the same time, those God-forbidding seals he sent out fell onto that spiritual faith god. There were a total of 3,600 seals. As they fell onto that spiritual faith god, they completely submerged into that shimmering being, vanishing out of sight. That spiritual faith god didn't seem to have been affected at all. It took a fourth step. Now, it was within reach of Lin Ming, Shua. From within its body, that spiritual faith god extracted a divine sword. Just as it was about to cut down at Lin Ming, its body suddenly shook as it violently trembled. Within its body, those 3,600 God-forbidding seals that had sank into it began to change. Those seals looked common and simple, but after they sank into the spiritual faith god, they were like a pack of ravenous animals, recklessly eating up the power of faith. The seals seemed as if they could swallow all of existence. Even the power of faith from all creatures was no exception. 3,600 points formed 3,600 energy black holes, wantonly swallowing everything nearby. As for the energy they swallowed, it passed through some invisible channels that completely converged within Lin Ming's body, gathering into that black hole seed. The divine seal art represented the laws of sealing as well as the laws of swallowing. It would swallow all into that black hole and then thoroughly seal it away. Under the gazes of all, one could only see innumerable lines of energy forming between Lin Ming and that spiritual faith god. All of that power of faith was being swallowed up by Lin Ming. As the audience of over 100 million saw this, all of them didn't dare to believe their own eyes. What sort of cultivation method is this? How can this be? He can actually absorb the faith power of all creatures. How is he doing this? The faith of all creatures cannot be subdued. Unless they believe in you, you will only experience a backlash from this power. Some of the wizened old men present had some understandings into the power of faith. The reason that people were willing to devote and offer their power of faith was because they believed in that indistinct spiritual God in their hearts. But against an evil God that dared to try and kill the spiritual God they believed in, they would naturally resist it, rather dying than surrendering. Is this the power of the faith of all creatures? At that moment, Lin Ming could feel the energy within his black hole seed rapidly increasing. The strength of the black hole seed also rose. However, this was the power of faith. After leaving that spiritual faith god, this energy immediately became incredibly wild and violent, as if it wanted to strike back at him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A great deal of the power of faith exploded within Lin Ming's inner world, wishing to perish with him. But Lin Ming simply coldly snorted. The black hole vortex spun at a crazy rate, swallowing all. No matter how wild or tyrannical this power of faith was, all of it was sucked into the black hole vortex and thoroughly crushed. The black hole was the endpoint of all space and time, and also the endpoint of all matter and energy. Although the power of faith was strong, it was still a type of energy in the end. It couldn't resist the terminal end of energy that was this black hole seed. After swallowing a massive amount of the power of faith, not only did Lin Ming's aura not fade, but it grew without the slightest hint of backlash. This caused many people in the audience to be shocked speechless. He could swallow the power of faith without any backlash at all? That was far too abnormal. None of them could imagine just how Lin Ming was able to accomplish this. On the arena stage, the spiritual faith god roared out louder and louder. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was sealed tighter and tighter away by Lin Ming's god-forbidding seals. You can actually seal away and refine the faith power of all living creatures? Frost Dream looked deeply at Lin Ming, a look of surprise on her face. She thought that once she brought out the dream interpretation scripture, this battle would be finished. She never imagined that Lin Ming would use some inconceivable cultivation method to seal away that massive faith power. However, even though the dream interpretation scripture was suppressed by Lin Ming, Frost Dream didn't seem panicked at all. She still had that indifferent expression on her face as if nothing in this world was able to move her. She flicked a single finger and that spiritual faith god scattered away, turning into countless lines of faith power. Since the black vortex was recklessly swallowing and sealing away the power of faith, then Frost Dream would separate all of that energy and bombard Lin Ming with it instead. At this time, 90% of that faith power had been sealed away by the divine seal art. But the remaining 10% still gathered in a mighty surging wave that rushed towards Lin Ming. In that instant, because Lin Ming had used the god-forbidding seal, he had yet to recover himself. Now that he saw such a sudden change occur, he sank his thoughts into his spiritual sea. Grand Mist Battle Spirit. Whoosh! With a clarion cry, a dark gold Grand Mist Battle Spirit rushed out from Lin Ming. After Lin Ming's deep sleep for the last year and a half, the Grand Mist Battle Spirit had already faintly touched upon the threshold of becoming a blue soul battle spirit. Within that dark golden hue was a faint touch of the deepest blue. Although this blue color was extremely faint, it still added an innerrable charm to the Grand Mist Battle Spirit. The Grand Mist Battle Spirit formed a sword of will, welcoming the power of faith. Both sides were forces formed from the power of will. On one side was Lin Ming's will, and on the other side was the power of faith from all living creates. Both strengths brutally crashed together. Catcher. For a time, the brilliance of will spread through the void, with the power of faith being crushed into nothing. At the same time, Lin Ming's sword of will also broke apart. During this intense collision of wills, a powerful spiritual storm was stirred up. All of those young elites that offered up their power of faith felt as if they were drowning in a trance within this wild storm. As for those stronger martial artists, even they were stunned. Perfect gold battle spirit. Lin Ming also has a perfect gold battle spirit. It isn't just a perfect gold battle spirit. It's more accurate to say that this battle spirit is making great progress into entering the blue soul boundary. Before too long, he should be able to make a breakthrough. How terrifying. This battle spirit is even superior to Frost Dream's. Frost Dream's battle spirit was at gold perfection. But compared to Lin Ming, it was still lacking the charm of a blue soul battle spirit. It had to be known that Frost Dream originated from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace. Those from Divine Dream Heavenly Palace originally surpassed all others in the aspect of soul and will. It was normal for their battle spirits to be outrageously strong. As for Lin Ming, he only came from an ordinary Holy Land background and he had no fierce master that anyone was aware of. Even so, he managed to train his battle spirit to such a boundary. Just what the hell was going on here? His battle spirit was strong, his perception was strong, his defense was strong, his endurance was strong, he possessed a powerful domain, had reached perfection in the 5th level fire laws, his foundation had reached the peak of stability, and his cultivation method was strong to the point that it was even able to refine the power of faith. With so many strengths together, how could other geniuses still live? Lin Ming's existence was something that many people couldn't summon the courage to chase after. What secrets does Lin Ming have on him? His battle spirit is able to reach such a degree and he also has such a terrifying sealing technique. That sealing technique is definitely at the level of a transcendent divine might, even at the peak of all transcendent divine mights, otherwise it is impossible for it to seal away the power of faith. Yes, that sealing technique that Lin Ming used just now was not used during his battle with Han Kai. If he knew it, he would definitely have used it then. In this last year and a half while his soul was injured, was he actually cultivating instead? His soul was injured. Does anyone here still believe that Lin Ming's soul was injured? How ridiculous. Just think about it. If Lin Ming was truly in a deep sleep because his soul was injured, how could his strength rise so quickly? It wasn't known which old man said this, but everyone couldn't help but gulp. If Lin Ming's soul wasn't injured for this last year and a half, then just what was he doing during his sleep for all that time? Chapter 1326, Eternal Darkness. Chapter 1326, Eternal Darkness. When Lin Ming fought Han Kai, not only was his soul not injured, but when facing the wheel of samsara he made a breakthrough and gained new comprehensions. During his sleep in the time enchantment, he was digesting all of these new understand. This was only the old man's guess, but it was very close to the truth. However, the martial artists present found that hard to believe. What you're saying is impossible. What sort of comprehensions could Lin Ming have gained that allowed his strength to reach this degree in just a year and a half? This is just far too exaggerated. Moreover, in a time enchantment you can only increase your cultivation, not your understanding of laws. Lin Ming's current cultivation has only risen by an extremely small amount and is still at the middle divine sea, but his laws and techniques are completely different. Another old man said, unable to accept the previous point. But the first old man said, what you're saying is reasonable. But, if Lin Ming entered sudden enlightenment, the truth is that it's possible for his strength to have rapidly risen in the time enchantment. Everyone was shocked by this old man's astonishing words. Sudden enlightenment. The state of sudden enlightenment was something that could only be discovered through a stroke of serendipity. But even so, geniuses with decent martial talent would experience this state several times in their long lives, so entering into sudden enlightenment wasn't strange at all. However, when one entered into sudden enlightenment, that was usually for several quarter hours or several hours at most. To enter into sudden enlightenment for a year and a half was simply unheard of. All of these young elites had complex feelings as they heard this. Because of Lin Ming's injuries, many of them had been gloating over his misfortune. There were even many of them that thought their disparity with Lin Ming wasn't too great. Only now did they realize that all their previous assumptions were simply laughable jokes. Under the arena stage, Han Kai was watching Lin Ming and Frost Dreams fight. His palms were pressed together as he recited Buddhist chants. Han Kai originally thought that something strange had occurred in his battle with Lin Ming. He felt that Lin Ming shouldn't have been severely wounded by him. Only now did he realize that not only was Lin Ming's soul not injured, but he had instead been cultivating during this deep sleep of a year and a half. He was biding his strength, like a divine spear waiting for the right time to appear. On the arena stage, Frost Dream looked at the scattered light of wills in the skies, a strange color flashing in her bright eyes. She used a true essence sound transmission to say to Lin Ming, "Before I came on stage, Honorable Master already warned me that I must pay attention to this battle, because this battle will temper my will. I had thought otherwise, but now I know that what my master said is true. I have indeed underestimated you. That mysterious cultivation method you showed is in no way inferior to my divine dream law." The divine dream law was the transcendent divine might of divine dream heavenly palace. But what Frost Dream didn't know was that the divine seal art that Lin Ming used was in fact incomplete. This was because the divine seal altar that Lin Ming mounted was only a replica created by Empyrean Vast Universe. Empyrean Vast Universe had obtained a fragment of the ancient divine seal altar in the past and not the complete inheritance of Empyrean divine seal. After Lin Ming climbed up the 33rd step of the divine seal altar, he had obtained a tiny fragment of Empyrean divine seal's soul. The divine seal art was also incomplete because of this. If it were the complete divine seal art, then the level of it would surpass the boundaries of an Empyrean cultivation method. After Frost Dream spoke these words, she quietly took out an ice-blue zither from her spatial ring. The shimmering translucent zither seemed as if it were carved from the purest crystal. 18 strings were tightened on the zither, gleaming with a cold light. This zither exuded a mysterious and unspeakable aura, as if the soul of a sleeping goddess were hidden within it. My zither is called Dream Soul, and this song is called the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Frost Dream's words were clear and calm. But as the audience heard this, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Frost Dream was finally going to use the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Hurry, hurry and inform Senior Master and the others. This is a peak battle that has to be seen. Hurry and tell them to return as soon as possible. Hurry up and pass a message to High Master. If they miss this match, then that will be too unfortunate. Only a quarter of the entire martial field was seated. Most of them were youths that were Frost Dream's fans. As for the others, they thought that this match would finish almost immediately, thus they weren't excited to see it. Since there was no value in watching this match, they simply didn't come. At this time, on board a spirit ship, a middle-aged man was looking at a flame that lit up in front of him. This was the light of a sound-transmitting talisman. Millimeter. Frost Dream's match against Lin Ming has reached a white-hot stage and there isn't a sure winner or loser. And Frost Dream has taken out her Dream Soul zither. After obtaining this news, the middle-aged man was amazed. What did you say? Other people on the ship were shocked. If the person delivering this message wasn't one of their juniors who had no reason to trick them, then they simply wouldn't believe that the message of this sound-transmitting talisman was real. No matter what happened, let's go back and take a look. According to the sound-transmitting talisman, Lin Ming wasn't injured at all. Instead, his deep sleep was a state of sudden enlightenment, and this state also continued for a very long time. Previously, news had come from Vast Universe Heavenly Palace that Lin Ming had entered a 1:100-time flow time enchantment. If Lin Ming had really been in a state of sudden enlightenment for this entire time, then that was far too terrifying. As more and more people received this message, the skies above the martial field were filled with countless masters flying back at a breakneck speed. From dozens of miles away, these hundreds of thousands and millions of martial artists looked like a mass of spots against the sun, just like a rapidly approaching swarm of locusts. The seats were rapidly being filled. For 100 miles around the massive arena stage, 1 million people could seat themselves in just a single breath of time. There were also many people who had already left on their spirit ships that turned around, quickly trying to return. As for whether or not they could return in time, that was still uncertain. On the martial field, a melodious song reverberated through the air. The Dream Soul Immortal Melody was being played. All around Frost Dream, a picturesque landscape had appeared, just like the most beautiful drawing. This was the Immortal Melody Pure Lands. Meanwhile, the divine dream space came shrouding down once more, directly enveloping Lin Ming. As Frost Dream displayed the Immortal Melody Pure Lands, she also used the divine dream space. At this moment, the Immortal Melody Pure Lands and the divine dream space fused together as one. From above the arena, one could only see an unending number of flower petals sprinkling down. A fresh fragrance greeted the senses. As for Frost Dream, within this domain, she sat cross-legged high in the skies. Her light blue clothes fluttered in the wind as the Dream Soul zither lay across her legs. At this time, she was like an immortal goddess from the highest heavens exiled to the mortal world. Her zither tunes were pleasing and symphonious. As she parted her cherry-red lips, the sound of a long-desired wish seemed to come from her mouth, echoing through the arena like the arriving ring of destiny. I wish to become an Empyrean. The day I become an Empyrean, the myriad paths of the great Tao shall be revealed before me. In the 3,000 great worlds, all living beings, my every follower, all shall seek my great power, pursuing the road of immortal perpetuity. I wish to become a true divinity. The day I become a true divinity, the heavenly Tao laws shall be grasped in my hands. Underneath the 33 heavens, all spirits and all existences shall speak my name. All shall realize their dreams, all shall break apart the shackles of their destiny and tear free from the cycle of samsara, as Frost Dream's voice echoed in the arena. In her words, she wanted to become an Empyrean. She wanted to become a true divinity. For her to become an Empyrean, no one doubted that. Frost Dream was destined to become an Empyrean, and an outstanding one at that. As for becoming a true divinity, that was something that had not happened for billions of years. But now that these words came from Frost Dream's lips, they seemed to be filled with an unquestionable momentum, as if this were not a long-cherished wish she desired, but her future fate. Her zither tune turned and a Buddha-killing melody filled the air, causing the void to tremble, filling the world with a thick killing intent. Those songs from the Dream Soul zither were not normal sounds, but the true sound of the great Tao. If a normal martial artist were to hear these sounds, their hearts would shatter and all of their life's cultivation would be destroyed. The everlasting sound of the Tao plunged towards Lin Ming like a surging tide. Lin Ming closed his eyes, energy erupting from his body. His long hair recklessly flew in the wind as his clothes flapped about him. In that instant, a black crystal floated out from within his body. This crystal was only the size of a bean, but when it appeared, from that point in the void, the space around it was directly torn apart. This was truly tearing apart the void. Tearing apart the space of the divine realm. This was no longer twisting or shaking, this was truly ripping it asunder. As the audience saw this, all of them were shocked speechless. It had to be known that the divine realm's space was stable. Many geniuses could cause space to shake and leak out power with space distortions. This wasn't strange at all. But to truly tear open the void of the divine realm, that was incredible. And Lin Ming had managed to do so at the divine sea realm. What is that black crystal? I don't know. I've never seen anything like it. The black crystal Lin Ming summoned forth was the black hole seed that he had created through his torturous cultivation. Empyrean divine seal was someone that had existed 3.6 billion years ago. The divine seal art was also an ultimate martial art long lost to time. Disregarding holy lords and world kings, as well as even Empyrean level masters, such as the richly experienced Old Sword or 3 Lives Old Man, none of them knew about the divine seal art. This is, deep within vast universe heavenly palace, the normally calm and indifferent Empyrean divine dream's complexion slightly changed. Even she didn't know just what sort of cultivation method Lin Ming was using. As the black hole seed appeared, in that instant, all of the surrounding heaven and earth origin energy in the world flew towards it at a dizzying speed. The energy within the divine dream space was no exception, and even the immortal melody Pure Lands was swept up by this maniacal strength. Flower petals withered and waned as the Pure Lands began to collapse, the earth disintegrating. If you wish to become a true divinity, then I shall seal away your divinity. Swallow all power, swallow all matter, fall into an infinite abyss of time. Within this cage of space you shall never emerge, sink forever, perish through the sands of history. Divine seal art, swallow all of existence, eternal darkness. To use the black hole seed to simulate a true black hole of the universe, this was truly swallowing everything. Even the sound of the great Tao was swallowed up by Lin Ming's black hole seed. However, using this move placed a tremendous burden on his body. His blood vessels stuck out and blue veins popped up all over him as if they would erupt at any moment. With Lin Ming's cultivation, he was just barely able to display the divine seal art's God-forbidding seal. But, using eternal darkness actually surpassed his limits. The immortal melody Pure Lands were constantly torn apart. The sounds of the dream soul zither struggled to free themselves from this swallowing force. Frost Dream's dream soul immortal melody would soon be broken. It's breaking. Can Lin Ming actually break the dream soul immortal melody? I can't believe this. Is Lin Ming going to win? To win against Frost Dream? She is known as being an unrivaled character amongst all juniors. This cultivation method, Frost Dream looked at Lin Ming's black hole seed and was unable to maintain her previous calm and indifferent expression. Your techniques have surpassed my imagination. Then, all I can do is play the final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. Let me warn you, I cannot control the strength of this final chapter. Even I am unable to fully grasp its might. Chapter 1327, Final Chapter of the Dream Soul. Chapter 1327, Final Chapter of the Dream Soul. The final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody. After hearing Frost Dream's words, all of the heroic young elites present held their breaths. When Frost Dream fought with Han Kai, she had said that once she completed the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, he would lose without a doubt. That meant that the final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody must contain some indescribably powerful force. The final chapter of the Dream Soul can eliminate all laws of this world and wash away even the great Tao. Try your best to withstand this. Frost Dream was unable to fully grasp the might of the Dream Soul's final chapter. Lin Ming might be able to defend against this move, but he might even be severely wounded. Perhaps he could even die here. With the fighting having reached this stage, it was impossible for Frost Dream to tell Lin Ming to give up. They could only fight this out. At this time, deep within vast universe Heavenly Palace, Empyrean Divine Dream's expression stirred. She seemed as if she wanted to stop Frost Dream, but after hesitating for several breaths of time, she finally shook her head. No matter how Frost Dream and Lin Ming's battle went, she believed that Lin Ming's destiny was so great and dreadful that he wouldn't die here in such a simple manner. And as her reincarnation, Frost Dream was also the same. The zither melody changed once more. That Buddha-killing harmony with its profound killing intent once more returned to a peaceful tune. No one imagined that the final chapter of the Dream Soul, with its vast and boundless momentum that seemed to look down at the world with disdain, would actually return to such a gentle quietness. For a time, within the immortal melody Pure Lands, countless crystal-clear flower petals fell from the air, lightly landing on Frost Dream's long hair, shoulders, and even her icy blue dress. As she sat down in the immortal melody Pure Lands, her image seemed carved into eternity. At this time, a mysterious black crystal began to emerge behind Frost Dream, becoming larger and larger. Within the Dream Soul Immortal Melody's final chapter, a black crystal finally gathered. This black crystal was shaped like a cube with 6 even sides. It looked common, and even slightly plain, but as Lin Ming saw it his mind violently shook. This was the Magic Cube. In this final moment, Frost Dream had summoned the phantom of the Magic Cube. On this black cube was carved countless dark inscriptions. Lin Ming had seen these markings before. He had a profound impression of them. In the past, when he first obtained the Magic Cube had these black traces carved on it, each one different and unique. Even now, Lin Ming still didn't know what they meant. Lin Ming never thought that in Frost Dream's final chapter of the Dream Soul Immortal Melody, she would actually use her own energy to condense a phantom of the Magic Cube. Is the Magic Cube not in my body? Lin Ming's thoughts stirred. His thoughts immediately touched upon the Magic Cube space within his body. He found that Mo Eversnow and Fishy were both safely dwelling there. The Magic Cube was still in his body. He could not be wrong about this. I understand. Frost Dream's Magic Cube phantom has the aura of the Magic Cube, but it is still far from being able to compare to the true Magic Cube. The Magic Cube was a divine tool of the soul. It complemented Divine Dream Heavenly Palace's Divine Dream law perfectly. If so, then Divine Dream Heavenly Palace must have some inheritance related to the Magic Cube. Could they possess a replica of the Magic Cube? This thought immediately flashed through Lin Ming's mind. Although the Magic Cube phantom that Frost Dream summoned had a completely similar appearance to the true Magic Cube, its aura was far lacking. If it was said that Divine Dream Heavenly Palace had a replica of the Magic Cube, that was highly possible. For a time, Lin Ming felt the Magic Cube within his body restlessly stirring, as if it wanted to swallow the black cube above Frost Dream. Lin Ming wasn't able to summon the Magic Cube on his own initiative yet, but if the Magic Cube began to move by itself, Lin Ming could use his own energy to move it and have it launch an attack. If this happened, then the Magic Cube would undoubtedly attack Frost Dream. Once the Magic Cube attacked her, that would be the true Magic Cube against the phantom Magic Cube formed by Frost Dream's own energy. The result of that match-up could be imagined. The Magic Cube was a divine tool. Or, to better put it, it was a supreme spiritual object that surpassed the limits of a divine tool. From the universe's essence, energy, and divine, this was a spiritual object produced by the divine of the universe. The Magic Cube was deeply sleeping within Lin Ming and no one was able to discover its existence. Even when Lin Ming traveled deep underneath immemorial Imperial City and met the artifact spirit of the ancient Elysium seal with its 6 billion years of experience, even that artifact spirit didn't know of the Magic Cube's existence. Only when Lin Ming summoned it did it find out. As long as the magic cube was within Lin Ming's body, then he would be safe. But, once he took out the magic cube to launch an attack, its existence would be revealed to the hundreds of millions of people present. Most people didn't know what the magic cube was, but it was impossible for Empyrean Divine Dream to not know. Moreover, the hidden Tian Mingzi would inevitably recognize the magic cube. If he were to reveal the existence of the magic cube, then he would be locked down and hunted by Tian Mingzi. This was something that Lin Ming couldn't help but consider. Even if it was Empyrean Divine Dream, Lin Ming still didn't fully trust her. Empyrean Divine Dream was someone that dual-cultivated energy and soul. She also possessed a replica of the magic cube. If he exposed Empyrean Primordius's inheritance in front of her, then she wouldn't care. Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius were both characters at similar levels. There was no way she would give up her own laws to inherit Empyrean Primordius's legacy. But the magic cube was different. It was an extremely precious treasure, especially to someone like Empyrean Divine Dream. The ancient Elysium Seal's artifact spirit was not a human. It also had a mission to fulfill, and its eventual death was arriving soon. If it obtained the magic cube, then it wouldn't find it of much use. But Empyrean Divine Dream was different. If she obtained the magic cube, she might even have methods to use it to directly become a true divinity. Lin Ming didn't dare to risk such a danger. At the very least, using the magic cube to attack Frost Dream wasn't his own true strength. Frost Dream had played the Dream Soul's final chapter and condensed the magic cube replica Phantom with her own energy, displaying the absolute limits of her strength. But, if Lin Ming were to counterattack with the magic cube, this simply wouldn't be meaningful to him. Jun Blue Moon was also in a similar situation with the Yin Yang Soul Sword. When Jun Blue Moon fought Lin Ming, because he had used the power of the Yin Yang Soul Sword instead of his own, he had admitted defeat on his own initiative. Otherwise, both Lin Ming and Xiao Moxian wouldn't have been his match. Jun Blue Moon didn't do so, and Lin Ming also made the same choice. Lin Ming took a deep breath and poured all of his energy into the black hole seed. By exceeding the limits of his body to revolve the divine seal art to the limit, the blood vessels on Lin Ming's arms seemed ready to burst open. Lin Ming was well aware of just how strong Frost Dream's final attack was. Even after he used Eternal Darkness, she had still begun playing the final chapter of the Dream Soul. This proved that Frost Dream was confident she could break through the Eternal Darkness. Heretical God Tree! Lin Ming shouted out loud. Behind him, the phantom of the heretical God Tree appeared. In that instant, the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation contained within the heretical God Tree completely erupted forth, weaving together into a sea of red and purple energy around Lin Ming. Heavenly Tao Judgment! Lin Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. The power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation gathered together, wrapping around the black hole seed in a nebula as it hurtled towards Frost Dream. Puff puff puff! The blood vessels on Lin Ming's arms exploded, spilling forth blood. Many of his meridians tore apart and even his organs broke in multiple places. This was Lin Ming's strongest attack, and also an attack that exceeded the bearing capacity of his body. With this strike, Lin Ming's attack violently collided with the magic cube phantom produced by Dream Soul's final chapter. In that instant, the space within an area of several miles of the divine realm was completely torn apart. This was no longer shaking, but true tearing. A blinding divine brilliance flooded the entire arena, causing everyone to shield their eyes. A brutal and terrifying energy wildly surged outwards. Vast Cosmos personally took action and used his own domain to melt away the violent fluctuations of energy and avoid disaster in the spectator stands. Otherwise, those young elites with weaker cultivations simply wouldn't be able to withstand this. This is too terrifying. It's unimaginable. I can't believe Lin Ming is powerful to such a degree. Just who won in the end? Everyone peered towards the center of the martial stage. But above the arena, the eruption of the dark black hole had formed a special dark void area that isolated everyone's sight. It was impossible to know what the situation was like. Within that void of darkness, Lin Ming knelt on the ground, supporting himself with the Phoenix Blood Spear. His clothes were already dyed red with blood and blood was dripping down both of his arms. His meridians and organs were broken in several places and he had lost nearly all of his combat strength. And in front of Lin Ming, Frost Dream had already lost support of her body. Although she was still floating in the air and hadn't yet fallen down, she was also severely wounded. From the start of the first martial meeting until now, this was Frost Dream's first injury, and it was a heavy one too. Because of her severe injuries, the mist that concealed her expression had dispersed, revealing an unrivaled appearance as beautiful as the moon. Her snow-white skin seemed like perfection formed by the heavens, like a newly budded ice lotus on top of a snow-capped mountain, without the slightest hint of the mortal world. But now, her enchanting complexion was slightly pale and her icy blue hair was also scattered down about her. Blood spilled out from the corners of her lips, giving her a point of pity and tenderness that moved the heart. "You." Frost Dream wanted to use an illusion technique to conceal her appearance once more, but because the backlash from the Dream Soul's final chapter was too great, the energy movement within her caused her injuries to erupt again and the blood dripping from her lips to be an even deeper red. Changing methods, Frost Dream covered up her face with a sheet of fine gauze. Her eyebrows were furrowed. Her beauty was lovely and moving, even during her weakness. Chapter 1328, The Final Result. Chapter 1328, The Final Result. The enchantment of darkness created by the black hole seed lasted for a long time. In truth, the reason light was isolated outside was because of the chaotic space and time distortions. It was only after several dozen breaths of time that people were able to clearly see what was happening on the arena stage. Lin Ming was propping himself up with the Phoenix blood spear. His body was wet with blood, it was clear that he was heavily injured. But in front of Lin Ming, Frost Dream had a veil of gauze covering her face, her long hair wildly dashed about. Her breathing was also weak, it was clear that she too had been injured. Frost Dream was injured by Lin Ming. From the start until now, this is the first time that Frost Dream has been injured. Whether it was the Dream Soul's final chapter that Frost Dream played or Lin Ming's Eternal Darkness, both were moves that overdrew their strength by summoning the limits of their energy. Even so, the collision between the two had been evenly matched, and both of them had suffered a deep backlash. Their true essence was in chaos and their meridians were torn in several places. It would be difficult for them to continue fighting. If this were a true life or death battle, then this would not be the end. They would be able to sacrifice the very foundation of their bodies as the price to continue fighting. But this was just a martial arts tournament, there was no need to harm their own cultivation and fires of life just to obtain victory. "I cannot defeat you." Frost Dream gently shook her head, putting away her Dream Soul zither. "Same here, in fact, my wounds are heavier than yours." Lin Ming's injuries were indeed heavier than Frost Dream's, one could see this from the amount of blood that covered his body. Lin Ming's bones were broken all throughout his body and his organs were torn in many places. In truth, Lin Ming's defensive abilities were much stronger, but his wounds were heavier than Frost Dream's. This meant that in that final collision, Lin Ming's moves were faintly suppressed by the Dream Soul's final chapter. Although that was so, being suppressed was one matter and obtaining final victory was another. This was because Lin Ming's endurance and ability to resist attacks were far greater than Frost Dream's. If he received this level of injuries he could still withstand it, but if Frost Dream were to suffer his injuries, she would collapse. "You have opened the gate of life. If this were a true life or death slaughter, then perhaps you would be the one to persist until the end. Let us end this match. I also have this intent." Lin Ming had fused together Heavenly Tao Judgment and Eternal Darkness to release the strongest attack possible to him. Even so, he had been faintly suppressed by the Dream Soul's final chapter. Lin Ming knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Frost Dream if his strongest attack didn't work. Although he still hadn't burnt his blood essence with the Gate of Life, he had already exhausted everything else available to him. If he were to burn the Gate of Life's blood essence in this situation, then he feared his body would collapse. His strongest strike couldn't obtain victory and he had also suffered tremendous injuries. Fighting was no longer necessary. As the audience saw that Frost Dream and Lin Ming no longer planned to continue fighting, they all looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. "This is a draw." The last match of the first martial meeting, the ultimate peak showdown, actually resulted in a draw. At this time, many sect elders and Holy Lord level characters finally returned from their spirit ships. As they flew back to the arena stage and saw the result of the match, all of them were surprised. What? It's over. The fight is over. Is this a joke? I just came back. Many Holy Lord level characters were incomparably sad and depressed. These people were characters with fame and glory in their own domains, and some were even overlords of their own worlds. But after obtaining the news of what was happening in the match and hurrying back as soon as possible, they still missed out on all the action. There were even many others who had ridden spirit ships and left the main continent of vast universe world. Even if they were able to tear through space and used void shuttling, they still wouldn't be able to return in time. A draw. It's actually a draw. Lin Ming was able to fight Frost Dream to a draw. As these holy lords heard that the result was a draw, all of them drowned in regret. If the battle had been a draw, that definitely meant it would have been impossibly intense and fierce. Both sides were geniuses that rarely appeared even in hundreds of millions of years, and yet two of them were fighting here in the same era. Moreover, to see them battle on the same stage was something that one could only come across with luck. To be able to watch this match was an eternally great honor and joy. And yet, these people had managed to miss this battle that happened just underneath their noses. It was unlikely that they would ever have the opportunity to see such a battle in the future. Wasn't this just a pity? As these great figures realized this point, all of them had increasingly ugly complexions, and what was worse was that they had to listen to everyone else in the arena fervently discuss Frost Dream and Lin Ming's match. This really left them all sad and down in the dumps. Someone tell me just what the hell happened. How can Lin Ming suddenly be so fierce? If I knew this earlier, I would have just waited in the arena. Who would have thought that after sleeping for a year and a half, Lin Ming's strength could actually increase by such ridiculous proportions? Even in his battle with Frost Dream, there was no clear distinction of who was stronger or weaker. Battle array discs. Are there battle array discs that recorded the match? Take them out so we can see. The first martial meeting tournament had every match recorded with battle array discs. But, it was impossible for the battle array disc recordings to perfectly capture and reproduce the fluctuations of laws. Looking through these battle array discs didn't feel as good as watching the match in person, but it was still better than nothing. It's over. Vast Cosmos stepped on the arena stage. As he looked at Lin Ming, his heart was filled with an endless complication of emotions. This young man's future was incalculable. Without a doubt, Lin Ming would surpass him and even surpass his master. Lin Ming, my master has bid you to enter vast universe heavenly palace. 2 hours from now, you may go. Millimeter. Lin Ming wasn't surprised to be summoned by an Empyrean. When the first martial meeting started, it was stated that the top 3 of the Earth Proclamation would be able to enter Vast Universe Heavenly Palace and obtain the guidance of Vast Cosmos. But now, it was clear that Vast Cosmos was lacking in qualifications. The most he could do was offer direction to geniuses of some great world king holy lands. The first martial meeting had thus thoroughly ended. Even so, the audience was still bubbling with excitement and didn't leave. Rather, they stayed in the arena, fiercely discussing the match. There were almost 300 million people still milling about the arena. Those that had been waiting since the beginning were rejoicing from their hearts. As for those that appeared during the middle of the battle, they didn't regret too much. It was only those that arrived after the match had ended that were wallowing in sadness. The last round of gambling bets was declared null. All bets for that match were returned. 1 hour later, the final rankings of the first martial meeting came out. 10th, Ram Saber. This person had reached first place in the second tier and defeated Hua Xian, who only managed to enter into the first tier due to luck. By defeating Hua Xian, he successfully entered the top 10. 9th, Shaku. He narrowly defeated Ram Saber, saving his spot in 9th place. 8th, White King, the Monster Prince, 7th. White King lost to the Monster Prince in battle. Although White King was defeated, this was well within the expectations of everyone else. As for the Monster Prince, he wasn't weak, but the people in front of him were simply too strong. In this first martial meeting, he could only rank 7th. 6th, Dragon Fang, 5th, Jun Blue Moon. The two of them were similar in strength. As for who emerged victorious during their battle, luck had been a major factor. 4th, Xiao Moxian. For a young girl with a skeletal age of 26 to stand at this position, in terms of talent only, Xiao Moxian was high enough to look down at the world with disdain. There were no problems in sorting 4th to 10th place. It was only in the top 3 that some questions appeared. If this were according to the rules of the tournament, then Han Kai, who lost one match and won all others, would have been placed 2nd. As for Lin Ming, he lost one match and tied in another, thus he should have been placed 3rd. However, if Han Kai was truly ranked in front of Lin Ming because of the tournament rules, that couldn't be justified at all. Han Kai wasn't willing to accept this either. He was well aware that his victory over Lin Ming in truth shouldn't have counted. Han Kai's strength had indeed surpassed Lin Ming's before his deep sleep. But against Lin Ming after his deep sleep, it was clear who was weaker and who was stronger. Thus, Han Kai was ranked 3rd. As for Frost Dream and Lin Ming, both were similar in strength. In the last match, it was impossible to determine victory and defeat. Thus, the results deferred to the tournament rules. Since Frost Dream had one more victory than Lin Ming, she took 1st place. As for Lin Ming, he took 2nd. Patriarch, Lin Ming's ranking has been passed down. He is 2nd place. The ancient Phoenix clan had specifically been given battle array discs that recorded all of Lin Ming's battles as well as a jade slip with all of his results. To reach 2nd place in the first martial meeting was simply a myth, especially in this first martial meeting where powerful rivals rose from all over. This first martial meeting had far surpassed all previous versions. Upon hearing about such an exaggerated result, even Violent Stone, who was known for being loud and boisterous, wasn't able to laugh. He held a jade slip in his hands, unable to regain his composure. It was like everything that happened so far was a dream. This was the Divine Realm first martial meeting, a tournament that gathered all geniuses of the Divine Realm. In the past, the ancient Phoenix clan had participated in this event countless times, but let alone 2nd place, they didn't even dare to have such wild hopes like entering the finals. The best result of the ancient Phoenix clan had been around rank 8,000. Even for geniuses like Yang Little Moon and the others, he had only asked them to try their best to enter the top 100,000 rankings. But compared to 2nd place, that difference was greater than the heavens and earth. In truth, before the preliminaries started, let alone Violent Stone, even Mo Eversnow, who had an extremely profound understanding into Lin Ming's strength, still didn't think he could reach this step. At that time, Lin Ming indeed didn't have the capital to stand on the stage of the finals. When the first martial meeting began, Lin Ming had only been at the early Divine Sea Realm and he had only reached perfection of the 4th level fire laws. He didn't train in the soul forging system and he certainly didn't know how to fuse together his essence, energy, and divine. In this situation, even if Lin Ming were to attend the finals, it would be far too difficult for him to enter the top 10. However, as he went through the preliminaries, semifinals, and even the finals, Lin Ming made breakthroughs during every stage of the tournament, his strength constantly increasing. Finally, after deeply sleeping for 500 days, he managed to fight Frost Dream to a draw. Soon, Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle was spread out and glorified by the hundreds of millions of people and countless attending influences. In just several days, descriptions of their battle filled the entire Divine Realm. Now, unless one lived on a desolate planet where there weren't even any divine transformation powerhouses, then even if they were in a small dimension or world, they would still know of Lin Ming's name. The battle arrays disc containing Lin Ming and Frost Dream's battle were also reproduced billions upon billions of times over. If one was a reasonably large influence, they could purchase their own copy. And in the arena of the first martial meeting, Vast Universe Heavenly Palace replayed Lin Ming and Frost Dream's match again. For many people present, this was not their first time watching this replay. And for those that had missed the match, they could only watch these reproductions. Of course, all of these were events that happened later. At this time, deep within Vast Universe Heavenly Palace, Lin Ming was guided by vast cosmos until they reached Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe. Facing a junior like Lin Ming, the two Empyreans restrained their pressure. Even so, Lin Ming could feel a terrifying aura from them that caused his heart to race. Lin Ming, do you have any questions you wish to ask me? The first to speak was a white-clothed woman. Lin Ming didn't doubt that she was Empyrean Divine Dream. There were certainly many questions he wanted to ask. He wanted to ask if he could enter Divine Dream Heavenly Palace to study their transcendent divine might. He wanted to ask what the Great Calamity 3.6 billion years ago was. And he also wanted to ask what happened 100,000 years ago, why Empyrean Primordius would be at the Sky Spill planet and why he would wage war with Empyrean Thunder Punishment and finally fall from the skies. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.